Hello. Hello there. Good evening. How's it going? Um, we are live. It was if you started at the very beginning of the video, there's like a seemingly static shot before the kind of old intro where it says, starting soon, and actually the or stream starting soon, and on the left side it's like a satellite dish, not a satellite dish, it's a radio telescope from the VLA. Anyway, on the right it's just has some verbiage in the middle, it's the moon. That was actually a live shot from one of the telescopes, so I figured I'd try something different. um, Hello, New York Raider fan. um, Greetings from upstate New York. Um, yeah. Oh, hey. Hi, Wiley Sight. Good to see you again. But yeah, I did things. I'm doing things a little differently tonight. I have both Seestars going. Let me change this. Yeah. I've got both Seestars going, and let me change the view to my the view I put together last night for the stream. So I've got the reason this is overlapping is I've got a browser window here. Let me shrink that. Okay, so got two Seestars. So last night and previously I had latest update. I don't know if there's been any updates. I haven't checked if there's been any updates since in the last day or two, but I have the latest version the latest version, the version that was latest earlier in the week. It was like 1.2 or 20.1 or something. I haven't had any issues with it. I was working, shooting with it quite a bit last night. I don't know if there's been an update since then, but when I checked it, it was the latest. So as far as I know, nothing. But if somebody has any issues, say so in the chat. But yeah, last night I had the two Seestars. One was on the east side of the house, or it's more straight up. And actually, I just realized, hold on, I've got three. It's actually duplicated. So let me fix that. I forgot I had the live moon view was something that was hold on. Yeah, I was doing it live. Or anyway, it's I'll explain it in a second. You can see my Raspberry Pi that is running that. It's okay, great. So the lower right is the all sky camera. So it's the live view that I was using for the intro or the pre-show was actually from a it was actually from okay. So I'm using 1.20.1 and I haven't had any issues with it. I updated it earlier in the week, and then I was able to connect to it initially because that was the issue where you were kind of restricted to scenery mode. And then I was able to shoot a few hours of stuff last night, and I know Wiley Sight's been, well, I don't know if anyway. So I had oh, it glitched. So anyway, long story short, I had the two Seestars. One's kind of pointing up, And that was the way it was last night. That's the one on the left here. This one right here is the Seestar that you can actually see in that all sky camera in the lower right. But then the one in the middle is with my phone, and I changed things up. I put it in the backyard. So I didn't want to, because I was having connectivity issues, and there's some targets that are kind of towards the east, especially later in the evening, that I wanted to kind of run both of the telescopes at the same time. Anyway, long story short, I changed the access point 2 to one that had a better signal in the backyard. So hopefully we'll see how it goes. There were some glitches last night, but I redid some things, and hopefully there won't be tonight. So that's the setup. 2 different Seestars right now, just because I set them up before sunset or right at sunset, and there's nothing to really kind of align it with. I went ahead and aligned it, or pointed at the moon, since the moon's up. And so, yeah, so we're gonna, let me get to it. Let me have a sip of water. Actually, unlike last night, I just filled up the water before, because that was a problem last night. So, let's see, what do we want to start off with? I'm going to go look at my list from yesterday. Where was the list yesterday? No, not that one. Yeah, okay. This I found the thing where I was keeping track of things. So there won't be any targets to the west, so no Markarian's chain. I was having a hard time with that anyway, just because I think they're relatively small and faint, and the moon and light pollution was just making it very challenging. So I am going to start with, what should I start with? Need to start with something. So I keep starting with this. I'm going to start with M13, mostly because I need more data from M13, and I think it's still in a position, and it's probably going to be some globular clusters as well to begin with. So M13, yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's only 55 degrees. My skies are incredibly kind of constrained with buildings all around, so I'm kind of restricted. Yeah, so I'm trying something different, and we'll see how it works. But what I did is I told it to find the moon, and because it was still light out, I knew it started pointing the wrong direction, so I just stopped it. And the good thing is, the altitude and azimuth, it had the right altitude, so it was pointed at the right point vertically, but it started panning way to the left of the moon, like a quarter of the sky to the left. So I stopped it, and I did it with both of them. And I went into the control and started manually kind of slewing it to the right, and first in fast mode, and then I got to slow mode, and then kind of just what I did is kind of looking between the kind of the gap between the part of the fixed part of the telescope and the where the optics are. I kind of sighted between that. I really need to get a guide scope, but I just sighted between the two, and when I could see the moon, I stopped, and then I kind of sighted over the top of the optics, and I basically, because when you move left right, like sometimes you put a little vertical component on it, even though you try not to, and so it got close both times. The moon got into the frame, like either at the top or bottom, And then I was able to manually adjust it like slowly. And then once it was in the center, I kind of unselected the indicator where it says this indicator here, right here, where it says the moon's in the center of the screen. And then I selected it and it asked, is the moon in the center? And I said, yes. And then it said, okay, I'm going to use the directions from now on. And as you can see, I did that with both of them. Both of them were kind of going wrong on the guiding. But as you can see, it actually went right to M13. So it actually worked. So that's good. But I did it with both of them. And that was also part of the reason why I set them up like an hour ahead of time. And I also set, I don't know if it works this way or not, but I turned on this kind of tracking, keeping the target centered button. And so it was tracking it, and I was hoping that by tracking the moon for an hour, it would figure out, oh, this is where they said this is where the moon is, so I'm going to just kind of go by that. And like I say, it ended up, I'm taking a screenshot of that because it's like M13 is like dead center. So that was good. I'm going to do the autofocus again just because temperature or something. So it was at 1734, so I'm going to see if it adjusts it. And so I decided, since I wasn't sure if I had two targets to point at initially, I was just going to keep one of them on the moon for a bit until I figure out what the other target I want to point at is. So it was at 1734. That's interesting. It kind of shifted. So anyway, let me see. Do these look? I'm just trying to see if yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. That seems kind of okay. So let me go ahead and start this exposure. Now I don't know if it'll be able to do the horizontal calibration. Hopefully it will. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad too. It was looking pretty iffy earlier today, because this is the thing I don't get. It said it was going to be sunny all day, and it was very solidly partly cloudy all day. But then about 2 hours ago, maybe 3, it started really clearing up. And so I was like, well, I'm going to go forward. But that's part of the reason why I didn't schedule anything ahead of time. But we're supposed to be getting a tropical disturbance, or something related to that, like kind of outer circulation from it. It's something in the south of the Gulf of Mexico, but we're probably going to get some rain for the next, I don't know if it'll start tomorrow or Monday, but so that's why I'm doing back to back, because I didn't know if I'll have another shot at it. Did it actually say the horizontal tracking, the horizontal calibration failed? It doesn't look like it. See, it's one of those things, if it's high enough in the sky and it's the right direction, it can actually point at all 3 targets without stopping. So, yeah, so that's positive. What else? What else is there? Yeah, it's interesting. So like, I have this access point here. I mean, I actually have like a normal access point, and then like a travel router that I'm also using. And so they're both kind of closer to the telescopes, even though they're kind of on the other side of a wall. It's just one wall instead of several walls. So hopefully the connectivity will be a little bit better tonight. Up in Michigan near Detroit. Yeah, it's So it's cloudy up there. 90 degrees up in New York. That's rough. That is rough. I mean, I'm in Texas, so that's normal around here, but it's kind of built for. I mean, everything's built for that around here. My experience spending time up in the Northeast on kind of during heat waves, it was not pleasant. Yeah, clouds almost all the time at night. Yeah, that's what we had been having here, but we had a really good stretch of a few days last week. Like Thursday, Friday, Saturday last week. And then luckily this week we had the same. Let's see. Trying to see if it gets, oh, good. It got that. Like when I started imaging, and if it doesn't, if the counter in the upper right corner doesn't increment, then I know there's a problem and it's having a tracking issue, but it's not, surprisingly. So, well, I mean, like I say, I've been trying something a little different now by I had turned horizontal calibration off. So like in this setting here, skip horizontal calibration, I had been running that off or on, so it wouldn't horizontally calibrate. And but then I get into this kind of calibration, well, where it seems like it always is complaining about not being level. And so I thought, well, I had seen that Kai from Seestar where he said he uses it with it on. So I'm like, well, let me try that. But the reason I had shut it off to begin with is because of all the buildings and obstructions, and my horizon is kind of, it's not completely level. So like some buildings are higher than others. And so if I'm looking at a target that's kind of like between buildings, when it tries to do the horizontal calibration, it'll end up like it moves to 2 or 3 other points besides the target to try to get and plate solves and tries to figure out, how horizontal the telescope is or how level the telescope is. And there'll be something in the way. And so it'll fail. And then it'll try it again the next target. And so that's kind of the issue I've been getting into. It's this kind of, and that's why I shut it off, but then I end up with a different issue. So, so that's why I'm kind of trying it. 90s, looking forward to it. Yeah, I don't know. It can be a bit rough. Yeah, it actually cleared up here before sunset, so that was nice. Let me get back to the imaging. Oops, did not mean to do that. Okay. So yeah, it was cloudy, and then it cleared luckily before. Which is why I went ahead and, scheduled the live stream like an hour, like at 8:30 or 8 or something, because it was like, okay, it's going to be clear. Yeah, that's interesting. It's what do you have, Android or iOS for your what you're running the software, the app on? Yeah, I mean, oh, look at the other one. It's hitting an obstruction from the building. I knew it would happen eventually, so I'm gonna stop this because there's no point in continuing that. I'm actually gonna point it at M13, not because I want to image particularly long time with it. It's just I want to I just want to make sure sorry, I because M13 is well positioned for the horizontal calibration, I'm just going to go ahead and go to M13 to try to get it to calibrate. I'm not going to image it for any length. I'm just going to get it to point at that spot. Actually, I might get it to point at that spot, do an exposure so it'll do the horizontal calibration, and then stop it after like 10 seconds or less than a minute. Yeah, so Android, maybe it's the same kind of issues I have with iOS. Yeah. Yeah, I've had this issue with station mode where unless the signal is really good, I won't be able to connect to the phone. I won't be able to connect to the Seestar either way. Like if I try to connect directly, it doesn't work. And if I try to connect over the home network, it may or may not work. Or it tries to say, I need to, like it'll want to connect directly. And so sometimes I'll manually switch the Wi-Fi I'm pointing at to either be on the Seestars Wi-Fi or the Seestars Wi-Fi or the sorry, I'm like looking at all this stuff at once, and I'm like either Seestar or the home network. And so like yesterday, one of the telescopes, because the connection to the home network was iffy, I ended up having to connect directly to it from my phone, which is why I had it over here, because like it has to go through like less stuff, just this difference, like walls and stuff. And so but even then I think I ended up going and I disassociated it from the home network, turned off station mode, but then the signal ended up kind of having issues. It doesn't have a tremendous range. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the other devices have bigger antennas. Actually, let me find this. Let me find this thing I saw just yesterday, or just earlier today. It was actually kind of an interesting idea, where the guy, what did they end up doing? Let me see. It was basically, wow. I'm going through my web history from earlier today, and it was quite a journey. What was it? No, that's too early. Do I actually still have that link up? Basically, I thought it was interesting because this person, they had set up, what did they do? Do I still have that tab open? Maybe that's why I'm not seeing it in the archives. But basically what they ended up doing, which I thought was kind of an interesting solution to the problem. And I haven't used these in years, but they have these, the Ethernet over power line adapters, where you kind of, I've had spotty issues with them over the years, but what they did is they had power line over Ethernet, and they ran their hardwired Ethernet over power line, and it was like on there was an extension cord that they had another power line adapter on like a power strip or the end of it, and the access point. So basically they ran the Ethernet over power line, and it was the power that went to plug the Seestar into so it would stay charged all night. And then they had like a little hotspot, I think, like right next to the Seestar. And so it was kind of like an extender, but it was over power line, which I thought was kind of solved two problems, both getting power to it and yeah, so yeah, station mode. You know, I mean, there were some issues. There were definitely issues with iOS, but I do feel like it's more. I do feel like it's more. What do you call it? Unreliable as of lately, as of late. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure though. I mean, I haven't. I've been kind of doing some other things, and there's some other variables, but I feel like, especially there was an issue definitely on iOS where uh, it would just hang even if you were like right next to the Seestar, and that was a bug that they ended up fixing. Um, but it had some weird interaction with station mode, so I feel like there was something related in the networking. Um, so I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, it's I feel like I've had um, more issues recently. Did it actually end up? Did it end up actually acquiring it? Um, I wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah, right in the center. So the second one worked too. I'm just trying to see if I want to adjust the focus on that. I'm gonna just leave it as is. I'm basically gonna start imaging, like I said, on this one, just so it does the horizontal calibration, and then I'm gonna stop. So then hopefully it'll be well aligned, and I can move on to some other things. I realized with the all sky camera, you can see um, kind of on the right side, you can see the one of the Seestars. I should have put the other one in the same field of view because it's actually just a little bit to the left, just out of view. So I should have uh, I should have lined it up better so you could see both of them moving and pointing. Ah, and yet horizontal calibration failed on this one, which is interesting. Very interesting. Even though they're pointed at the same target. And I don't know why. That's very weird. And the other one, the one that's out of the field of view. So the one on the right is on a Sky Watcher tripod, and the one on the left was the one that had been kind of, um, well, it's the one that's in the on the center screen for the imaging. That one is it was on a just plain tripod when I had it hanging out the window last night, but now I was going to put it on the Seestar tripod, but I decided to put it on a different tripod. So it's actually almost the same height, um, like almost not quite eye level, like maybe 4.5 feet or so. Um, so hopefully this will be able to image some, but the whole point of that was to avoid the horizontal calibration. I mean, to get it horizontally calibrated. Yeah, it's working, but I'm going to stop this and try to figure out what target I want to do next. That's actually kind of a neat little side by side. You've got one with 10 seconds and one with 8 minutes of data from the same point. Oh, something just photo bombed it right there. Some satellite or plane. I was just looking to see if it showed up on the all sky camera. No, I don't see anything on the all sky camera. Let me take a sip of water. I need to pace myself with this. So, what should I image besides M13? Because there's definitely a bunch of targets later in the evening, which is part of the reason why I decided to put both of them on the same side of the house tonight. Let me see. Just closing some random windows. Okay, so let me look at my list here. That one is like, I want to do the Crescent Nebula, Dumbbell. Those are all later in the evening. There are some other globular clusters I could do. Wow, I'm already up to 1.5 minutes on this. Yeah, I think I'm going to try one of these other globular clusters. I also copied some fit file, some of the subframes onto an external drive, and I may actually try processing some of them if I hit a time where we're just kind of waiting for stuff. Let's see what M51. See, Northwest. Dang it. I'm sure this is. Oh, well, that's a small one too. It's kind of low. I think it won't be till midnight that I'll be able to see that. The Ring Nebula M57, Bode's Galaxy. I was able to image that from the other side of the house. Can't do that now. M80, too low. M100, too west. M101, too north. Do you see a recurring theme here? Let me see. Hold on. It's yeah, it's not that it's the south. It's from my house. Things that are south from the backyard, I can theoretically see things from like slightly south, maybe southwest to northeast, but there's some buildings to the east, and so like due east, I can't see anything below 50 degrees above the horizon, and other directions it's like 40 degrees above the horizon. So basically the bottom quarter of the sky I can't, and to the east. So half the sky, kind of that easterly, but then I can't see stuff lower than like in the bottom half. So yeah, so the problem is some of these things I'm looking at are like too low. Well, and then that's a good point. The moon is interfering with some things, but I mean, globulars would be okay. I mean, not terrible. Yeah. No, that's fine. Not everybody, happy to explain. So I have two Seestars going, and this one right here is because I have a Mac. I'm going to switch to the computer view so we can see it. So this is my desktop right here on my Mac laptop, and because it's an Apple Silicon laptop, it can run iPhone and iPad apps. And so this is actually the iPad app for the Seestar running. And this is on a network that one of the Seestars is connected to. And like I say, I had like a travel router too. So what I did to avoid the app getting kind of confused by like trying to switch back and forth, which I've tried that before and it often would end up having issues. So the iPad app is connected to one of the telescopes. The iPhone app, which is on a different, unlike the travel router, is connected to the other telescope. And I have an HDMI cable. So it's last year's phone, so it's not Lightning, it's the USB-C. So it's USB-C to HDMI, and then I'm capturing that data, and so that's how I'm able to get. So I have like basically the computer, and then another input for that for the iPhone. So really, if you could do one or the other, you wouldn't have to do both unless you're trying to look at two or do two. But if you have, so I know some people like with the Android phones, like if you have an Android phone, I think Wiley's site was saying like there's going to be like with Pixel phones, there might be some way to do HDMI out over USB-C. And I think one thing I had looked at is, and I know I've seen some people do it with Android. I'm not sure how they're doing it. And also there's like Android emulators. And so I had even thought about doing that, running like a virtual Android device. I mean, people use it for like development, or you just want to run Android Android apps on your computer. Theoretically, you could do that. I haven't tried it that yet though. But yeah, no, it's kind of a convoluted setup, but it's because I'm trying to do two different ones, and so I've tried to have them both on station mode on the same network. And then like half the time you'll go into the app and it's like, oh, I connected to one of them before, so I'm just going to immediately connect to it. So then you have to like how do you tell it to stop connecting to that one and switch? Oh, hey. Well, maybe yeah, that so a virtual Android device. Which one are you using? Because I remember someone recommending it, and the last time I did that was a long time ago. I ended up this is off in the weeds, but I was doing some development, and I ended up just buying like the cheapest Android phone because it was the emulator at the time. I mean, this was years ago. This was probably a decade ago, where the emulator was way too slow. But yeah, I'm curious which emulator are you using, and also curious how that works. I mean, how well it works. So let's see what else we have. Oh, okay. Android Studio. Okay, cool. Yeah, I may or may not have that on my computer. I think I had it at one point. I don't know if I have it on here now. Okay, Cigar Galaxy, that's too low. What did I say? Blue, yeah, too west. And west I can't see at all. That's why I had one of the telescopes hanging out the window on the other side of the house yesterday, because that was the only way I could see west. Yeah, I remember seeing like someone mentioned one of the other ones, but I forget which one it was. I was going to look into it. Yeah, and one thing I'm interested to see, it's still not going to solve my problem, because, or maybe it would. No, it wouldn't. It might actually, yeah, it might make me not need to have the HDMI cable, but the next version of iOS and Mac OS lets you kind of screen share from the phone to a laptop without cables. And the phone can even be locked just so long as it's nearby. And so I guess, but see, the problem is it probably has to be on the same Wi-Fi network. So that doesn't help me. Because the issue I run into, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Seestar app on Windows 11. That would be cool. Then again, when Google said that, is that the Google AI? Because it's been giving some pretty faulty answers. I ended up, yeah. Let me see. North, too low. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So, oh, okay. Just Google search. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use Windows that much day to day. So I'm like the, I'm definitely not well versed in that. I mean, I've used Windows a lot over the years. It's just not recently. Of course. So yeah, there was a way, but it's gonna go away. That's kind of a bummer. But I mean, maybe there's just not that much demand for that functionality. Maybe it's only kind of like these specialized cases. It's just kind of unfortunate. Let's see. Let's see what. Oh, these are the things that no. Let's see what it claims the current best is. Oh yeah, Pluto, currently invisible. How's that best? And these are all west. Hopefully this won't cause this to go into anybody's head, but every time I something about go west, I keep thinking of an old Pet Shop Boys song. I'm dating myself, I think. Let's see. Okay, M13. Okay, I could do M5. Nope, not that one. It's interesting how like, yeah, so many M5. I could do M92. I don't know if I've done M92 before. Nope. Gumball. I could do M12. I could try M12. What else? Yeah. Yeah. I was we may actually have an LP of it, of one of their albums somewhere around. Yeah, Pet Shop Boys. Yes. Yes, it would be, I agree. It would be nice. There's been a few targets, especially because the catalog is so restricted. Or I mean, it makes sense. It's a small device, and most people are probably gonna stick to more common targets, the majority. But if it's not in the catalog, that's why I end up, you end up finding something else like an NGC object that's in the same field of view. So that requires a lot of times, like for me, I end up doing research in Stellarium and bringing up the field of view for the Seestar, and then kind of look at the target I'm interested in, and then see if there's any NGC objects that are like within half a degree of it, and then I end up searching for that. Just like the what was it, that like that T Coronae Borealis, where the blaze star, where it was like you could find coordinates for it, but there was that, it wasn't an NGC object, but it was like IC 4587 or something like that. It was a radio galaxy, and so that, like, you go search for that. But yeah, I agree. It would be very helpful for those kind of cases where something isn't in the catalog. Yeah. So I think I'm just gonna, just in the interest of not having this one not doing anything, I'm gonna go, which one do I want to pick? M3? Nope, I can't do M3. 53? Nope, can't do that one. But I think M5, maybe M5? Yeah, M5. Yes, M5 should work. So let me try M5. We'll try M5. We'll have two different globular clusters going until I can, well, while I'm waiting for that, I might as well bring up, see if this works. Stellarium, and it goes to the wrong monitor, of course. That's fine. Anyway, it's I don't get why it does that. No, I don't think that's what I wanted to do, but I'm going to quit it and restart it. There we go. Now it's on the right monitor. But yeah, speaking of Stellarium, I always end up, I turn on the meridian just so I can better figure out when things are about to kind of become iffy. Okay, come on. It's thinking about it. Okay, while it's previewing. Meanwhile, let me switch back to the kind of the overview mode. Yeah, so this is coming along. At least one of them's coming along nicely. It's almost up to 20 minutes. And part of the reason why I keep getting more data on M13 is there was some faint, see, M3 is the one I really need to get a lot more data for. There was a quasar in the frame of view for M3, but I'm not even 100% sure if I can image it from where I am because of the light pollution. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, like I say, what I end up doing is I come into Stellarium and I end up searching for something else and see how it goes. That is a good question. I'm not 100% sure. Because it's been that way for a while. No, not this. It was it the, yeah, there. So I set the location and then no, not Jupiter. Planet Jupiter. Did I just mess it up? Return to default location. So I had the default location, and I thought there was a setting where you could say this is your default. Use. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you see a button that says use current location as default, that would be it. Oh, yeah, this checkbox. Yeah, that's what I did. Because what happened is when I went to the Eclipse, it kept wanting to, like I had rechecked it, or I had checked it to the location I was at, and I got back home and I forgot I had done that, and I'm like, it kept saying I was in Maine, and I'm like, I'm not in Maine, I'm in Texas. So yeah. No, I mean the UI. To be fair, it's not always the most. A lot of things aren't the most obvious in here, but it's really very. It's got so much functionality, but sometimes it's not the best from a UX point of view. But let's see. It kind of bothers me that this is in this kind of slow previewing mode, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to start recording. and then because that's what happened yesterday. It sometimes the preview wouldn't work, but it was able to send commands, so like the data was too slow coming back, but you could still kind of get it doing things. So I don't know if it'll be able to. It'll probably fail on the horizontal calibration, but I'm gonna keep. Hopefully it'll succeed. I have the Stellarium kind of off screen here. Supposedly imaging, but we'll see if it actually. Yeah, I still need to. The one thing I was talking about yesterday is running a hardwired Ethernet cable, kind of a variation of what that person was doing that I was talking about earlier, where they have power over Ethernet over power, power line Ethernet, and then had an access point closer to their Seestar. I was thinking of doing something similar where, since I'll have an all-sky camera out there, I mean, eventually once I mount it permanently, though the one out there now is just temporary when I'm observing, but once I permanently mount it, I'll be able to, I was thinking I'll run Ethernet to it and then have the Raspberry Pi act as an access point so the Seestars in the backyard can connect to that, and then they have a solid signal instead of trying to rely on signal in the house. Now, the one positive thing is the time is going up, but it still hasn't showed me what it's imaging yet, which is kind of frustrating. Maybe if I get out of here and go back in, it'll try to fetch it, or I'll just have to wait. It's really weird because, like, I don't know why the network is. Oh boy. Stack failed. Yeah, okay. I gotta check something here because the computer is saying it's running out of space. Of course, always something like that happens. So the good thing is the stream doesn't it doesn't need the network. The stream, I have a separate encoder, so it's even if the computer has major issues, it's not gonna cause the stream to end. It could interfere with with this one Seestar, but that's all. Yeah, let me see if there's something I need to clear up here. Oh, I wonder if that's what happened. So yeah, one thing that we that came up last night, I was talking about the new Stellarium and not Stellarium, the new Siril, and 1.2.2 came out, but 1.4 adds a bunch of functions, new functionality, and earlier today I was actually trying to build it, and I think maybe that's what caused my computer to run low on space. So let me see if that's indeed the case. I'm just trying to see, but what is it? No, that's not using that much space. What could it be? Why is it running low on space? Oh, I wonder if it's because sometimes, oh, I see what's happened. basically, you can, what do you call it? Because anyway, it wasn't a disk issue per se. It was a memory issue. And yeah, it's resolving itself. Basically, there was an app that must have a memory leak because it said I was using like 45 gig of memory, and this computer doesn't have 45 gig of memory. So it started using disk space, and that helped a bit. It didn't help as much as I would have liked, but hopefully enough for now. I need to clear more stuff off this drive. So let me restart that app. Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Okay. All right. So let's see. Hopefully this won't start eating up all my memory and disk space. Okay. All right. It's back. Let's go back to the browser to see if what's happening. Oops. I pushed the wrong button. So yeah, what else? It's kind of bothering me that we're up to 3 minutes and yet nothing is on this yet on the screen. It's like I mean, I had this happen last night too, where, so let me see, let us see, let's see. So I've got off screen. I've got Stellarium running. This seems to be going okay. So I'm gonna switch to the computer view. So right now I'm trying to image M5. That's interesting. That is actually a little iffy because it's past the meridian, which I think I'm going to stop this. And maybe it'll actually recover then. So let me go look at my list again. So that was M5. Let me look for M9 and 10. That's where it ends up auto-completing. M9, not 90. Totally different object. Okay. Too low. M9, M10, to M10, not 100. And I need to turn off satellites because I saw one drifting through the sky. 44. Which direction is M10? M10 will work. Let me try going to M10. And maybe it'll come to its senses. Because this happened yesterday where it just kind of wasn't imaging. Or it was imaging, but it wasn't returning the image. But you could see the counter kind of going up in the corner. But part of it is we want to see how it's going. So yeah, let's see how this works. But the good thing is this M13 is doing very well. It's almost up to half an hour. So it's identifying, and put in a space between. Yeah, maybe that's my problem. Okay, so let us see. It still says identifying. Yeah, I was but yeah, I was trying to build Siril earlier, and they have like a anyway, there was kind of a supposedly a way that would have automated some of the work, but one of the libraries was missing it, so it failed. So I may have to try building it on a Linux box or a Windows box. So let's see. Let's see what else we want to look at. Problem is the nebulas are too low. Try the space. Yeah, that's way too low. Yeah, what? Yeah, it's kind of frustrating when at this time of day or the night and this particular month where a lot of things are not visible or they're not high enough or they're too west. Gumball. So I'm doing M10 and M10 should work, but it's having this issue with the identifying. Let me stop this and see if it's actually pointing at M10. Of course, that would require to actually show the image. Hello, Tom. Welcome. I'm good to see you. This is yeah. So I've got two Seestars going. I have both Seestars going, but for some reason this one isn't showing what's on the screen, and I'm tempted to like quit the app and restart it, but I'm a little concerned that it might cause some issues. So I need to think about that before I do that. But the good news is the other one is working. So let me switch to that view. Let me switch to that view. And so you can see the one in the middle is the M13, and it's been going for a while. It's past half an hour now, so but I think I'm just gonna try quitting this and restarting it. Hopefully this doesn't mess me up. Oh, haha. Well, that's encouraging. So I restarted it and it came up pointing at a building. So that's something. Oh, that's why. I didn't notice that M10 is 45 degrees, which is too low, believe it or not. Kind of annoying. But maybe I'll do... Is that too high? No. Did I do M5? Did I try M5 or was it a different one I tried earlier? Let me try M5. Actually, let me look at my album here. No, I didn't try M5. I've cleared off a bunch of stuff. So let's go look at M5. That one seems safe. At least until... Oh, I did try M5. Did that not work? No, I'll try it. Maybe it was just confused. But that should work. M5 should have worked. Maybe the app was just in a weird state. Well, we're about to find out. Oh, I turned on all these different catalogs and stuff. Oh, maybe I should try that. Yeah, speaking of, it would be convenient to be able to put a latitude or kind of the coordinates better. I noticed Pallas, the asteroid, is in a position and it's ninth magnitude, so theoretically I should be able to image it, but I can't find anything in the field of view that I can tell it to look for. Oh, wait, what's this? There we go. I see 1166. Except with that, no, that would be just out of the field of view. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd try something like an asteroid just for grins, but so 2 hours of the eastern veil. That's awesome. How long did you let it run to? Did you just let it run until like sunrise, or how did that work? Oh, yeah, 2 or 3 hours of the eastern veil. Yeah, how did that work? I mean, did you just leave it running and check on it in the morning? Oh, okay. You let it run until 4:30. Yeah, I ended up going to bed about 3. Why is this? It's in this kind of identifying state, and I don't know why. It's very frustrating. But it's there. It's in the field of view. I don't know why why it wasn't why it does that sometimes, where it it gets where it wants to try to, it's looking for a target and keeps saying identifying, and it doesn't move the telescope. Like it's not trying to replate solve. Like it's not realizing, oh, I'm on the wrong part of the sky, so let me move. Yeah, so you set an alarm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 See, that would be. I wonder with that. I haven't looked the script, that third party script, if it has the ability to like power it off, because that would be handy. At least you could have it kind of shut itself down. Oh, that is weird. It like, oh, is it actually gonna? Nope, it got 10 seconds. So we might be good on this one. Great. So now I'm imaging 2 globular clusters. Finally. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I knew it wasn't going to rain, I'm tempted. I'd well, once I try out the script, I think I'm going to just do that. Like let things run and then go to bed. And then have it shut itself off. Up to 35 minutes on that one. That's actually turning out pretty nice. Pretty nice, actually. Very, very satisfactory. And there's like some radio galaxy somewhere in here, I think. Some galaxy, I forget which one it was. Oh, actually, of course it doesn't show up in the Seestar catalog. Which one is it? It's M13. This is why Stellarium is so handy. It is IC4617, a radio galaxy that I don't know how far away it is. I think it's like a few 100 million light years. That's great. I noticed with the yeah, like that was the thing I wanted to do with the west facing camera. There was something I had started imaging like last week, and I realized that if I could have kept it going, like there was almost no field rotation, so I was going to try experimenting with like 20 and 30-second exposures, but I didn't end up doing it. M92, yeah, globular cluster. At least for me right now, like that's about the only thing I can easily see. Although looking at M13, I see there are some other galaxies, but the problem is a lot of these galaxies are just really small or very faint, small and faint, so they don't make particularly impressive targets. So yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of globular clusters. But yeah, I'm trying to find something else I can image right now. Yeah, and that's the other reason why I'm kind of going with that at right now. Because once the moon kind of rotates a little bit further to the west, I mean, since it's not completely full, it's like just past first quarter. But I mean, this looks pretty good. I mean, this is 37 minutes. It doesn't look doesn't have any like really crazy gradients. Nothing that couldn't be easily cleaned up. So, I'm looking at Stellarium just off screen to see. I need to change my layout so I can have even more going on at once. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it sets at 2, but I figure even once it's like kind of getting lower in the suck guide, it won't be as bad. Like it won't be causing as much issues. And it's just as like some of the nebula start rotating into view, like in the Milky Way. I'm just trying to see. Just trying to see what all I can potentially get. Yeah, kind of by the time I started imaging some of the later stuff, it wasn't bad at all. I mean, it'll be a little worse today, but that's what I'm kind of banking on. And that's why I'm kind of going after globulars right now here. Plus just the practical issue of like, that's all I can get to. Blue racquetball. That is also known as Emerald Nebula, Turquoise Orb Nebula, Emerald Eye Planetary Nebula, and Planet Krypton Nebula. Planet Krypton Nebula. Interesting. People get really creative with these names. So that's where Superman came from. Did not know that. Search. I'm trying to get the right thing on screen. Oh, speaking of things on screen, yeah, this planet Krypton thing is fairly small, so I think I'll pass on that. At least it looks pretty small. Batman, it's a sign. It's a sign. Yeah, I mean, like some of these names, I mean, really, blue racquetball, turquoise orb, emerald eye, planet Krypton. Oh man, but it's tiny, so let me see what it looks like. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Well, it's still loading the images, but it's that one's small. So, not tonight. We're not gonna go to planet Krypton tonight. What else? Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's one thing I've kind of been doing is I kind of did that with M3. I ended up with I think a few hours of data with that, and I want to I've kind of been messing around with the processing of it and yeah. So I think, more is but yeah, there's probably an upper limit. Um Although if there's other things in the frame, not, yeah. Um, so let me stop looking at planet Krypton. Let's see. So we're doing M5 and we're doing M13. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's kind of like I'm in this in-between state where everything in the Milky Way is way too low for me right now. Yeah, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, those are only 38 degrees above the horizon, so way too low for me. Summer beehive. Summer beehive, also known as Poseidon's Trident cluster and the black swallowtail butterfly cluster, is 46 degrees and it's more east southeast. Yeah, that might be possible. Summer beehive, that's IC 4665. Yeah, I mean, plus, it especially if you're Bortle, if you've got like where I am, bad light pollution, like more data kind of helps with the noise. College World Series, cool, cool. Yeah, I don't have a TV on in here, unfortunately. What am I looking at? IC 4665. I'll make a note of that and maybe try that. IC 4665 summer beehive cluster. Because I'm getting to the point with this M13 that I might have to stop it. It's at it's just over 41 minutes. I mean, it looks pretty nice. I mean, it's turning out nice for the conditions, and with the moon and everything. But the skies aren't too bad. Trying to juggle some things here. M13. Okay, yeah, I'm still fine. I was just trying to see how close it was to the meridian, because after the meridian it starts getting a little dodgy for me. Oh, although... Okay, yeah, it's fine. M5 is getting close to the meridian. So M9. I think I tried that one, and I think it's too low for me. Yeah, that's way too low for me. It's only 32 degrees. That's yeah, that's way too low in the sky for me. My eyes were bugging me. What else can we do? Oh, let me look at that. Oh, Omega Centauri. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Was that from Omega Centauri? Was that from dark? That was from a dark sky, right? Like not in Dallas area, right? Let us see. Let me see. Yeah. Oh. March from a portal too. Yeah, that would explain it. That would explain it. Yeah, too low to image from home. Although that does, yeah, that is. Yeah. Let's see what we can get over here. Got M92 is a candidate. Let me see, M92. So M92, M9 was too low. M19 was one I had on my list. M80, M92 is a globular. I think I might try that IC4665 is a summer beehive cluster. I think it's an open cluster. Because those can be nice, and they're also fairly immune to moonlight. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't get very high in the sky, at least here. Like if I go look up Omega, oops. Yeah, like if I look at Omega Centauri, it's like right now it's it's of course it's like 8 degrees above the horizon. So that's a big nope right now, but let's see when it let's see if it gets any higher. No, like earlier. Like from here, it looks like it would get up to 12 degrees above the horizon, at least this time of year. So yeah, that's not a reasonable target. At least not here. Yeah, I wonder. Let me look at I just gotta look something up real quick. Yeah, that makes sense. A different season. Because that's far in the southern sky, and yeah, if Earth's kind of, yeah, it makes sense. Let me look that up. What was it? Oh, nice. Okay. Huh. Yeah. I'm just looking up. I'm just looking up something here. Sorry, just looking up something here. And this was, I need to turn on auto dismiss. Yeah, okay, so what else? It's still stacking. So we're up to 45 minutes on M13, just 9. I'm probably gonna, I don't know. I'll let M13 go for a little bit longer, unless it starts having a lot of stacking issues. In which case, I'll move to that open cluster. Yeah, I mean, it's south in the southern sky, but it's like, unless it was at the south celestial pole, you'd be able to image it somewhere in the northern hemisphere, just maybe not like not in Europe. But the US is pretty far south. Especially the southern part of the US is pretty far south. Like we're Houston, where I live, is actually a little bit further south than Cairo. So yeah, that so you'd be hard pressed to image that in most of Europe, any of Europe probably. Let's see. I'm looking at a light pollution map off screen. Just getting ideas for okay. Oh, that's only Bortle 6. Only. Funny that how everything's relative. I look at this and I'm like, oh, it's only Bortle 6. Anyway, challenge accepted. Yeah, exactly. M9 is underwhelming. Where is M9? Oh yeah, M9's, I can't even look at M9 because it's too low in the sky. But yeah. Oh well. So let me look. What else do we have here? We are actually, the Rose M5 just passed the meridian, so I might be on borrowed time here on imaging this one. So maybe I'll actually keep M13 going a bit longer, because you can see it's not quite at the, and the altitude's 72 degrees, so it starts getting a problem with tracking once it's a bit higher. But Rose clusters, that might be done. So I might, I mean, 10 minutes, that's okay. Well, that's cool. Bortle 6. Yeah. Yeah, I think for me it's I'd yeah, I'm not planning on moving anytime soon. And I don't know if I even want to, yeah. I don't know. I have to think about that. Many things to think about. Back when land was really cheap years ago, many years ago. I mean, people complain about it being expensive, but it was still so cheap compared to now. I had I had looked at like land in the hill country or further out. That would have been cool. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what my plans are. I'll figure it out eventually. Maybe, probably not. Um, oh, and then I get let me see, can I move this? Then I get these messages from uh, I'm on an email list for the VLA, the Very Large Array out in New Mexico, the radio telescope. The one I have the image on my profile on the YouTube kind of channel banner, and I had it kind of on the pre-stream today. And what was it? Let me pull this up. I had so I'm on this newsletter, and they sent they had an image of this is a live stream or a live a webcam um, from the VLA, and it's pointing at this pad where they're building like their next. They're going to start building their next generation radio telescopes. But yeah, it's so dark there. It's like, I mean, granted, a lot of webcams don't work well at night, but yeah, that area is like a Bortle 2. Um, although I think that might be kind of underselling it. It's like 7,000 feet above sea level, surrounded by mountains, and kind of to the west of Socorro, New Mexico. It's pretty dark there. And on the newsletter they sent, or I was looking at their website. What was it? Um, yeah, somebody ended up they had someone come out and take photos um of at the VLA at night over several months, like different seasons, and like I think this is cool with Orion, and this was at the blue hour, and then yeah, and they said there is some light pollution out there, but I don't know, it's not much, and this is a zodiacal light, which is cool, and then yeah, it just looks otherworldly, and this right here is moon rising. This is the moon rising, believe it or not. Like they just exposed it such that it looks like the sun rising, but that's actually the moon rising, which is just kind of crazy. And then like that, it's really cool. And that was like a big storm off in the distance. Um, yeah, it's oh yeah, and they'd had some rain, and so like the wildflowers were blooming. It's pretty cool. I'll drop the link to this in the chat just because I think it's cool. Um, but like the star trails, and they have these spheres there that are like sundials, but like this photo is you can see like the stars reflected in it. It's pretty cool. Anyway, um, But yeah, I was thinking I want to go back out there because there's some really dark skies in New Mexico. Really dark. It's so crazy dark out there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing I've also thought about. I mean, pros and cons, but uh, yeah, Fort Davis is really nice. We we went there. Yeah, it's funny because we were there in 2001. No, it was 2001. 2021. We went there in May of 2021, and it was like in the 50s in the morning, which for Texas is just crazy. And they had, I guess they were getting some stuff ready because it was like maybe it was 6 weeks out till the 4th of July, and they had like these banners up saying, spend 4th of July in Fort Davis. It's the coolest 4th of July in Texas because of the temperature, but it's cool. But yeah, I was like, I imagine it's pretty pleasant up there. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, I do like what I can image, but like when I see what other people do with, at least, I mean, it doesn't have to be like super dark, but even like at Bortle 4 or 5, I kind of, being in a Bortle 9, I get I wouldn't say jealous, but I kind of feel this. It would be nice if I was a place where it was at least a little darker than where I am now. Yeah. Yeah, somebody mentioned something, I think, about Cherry Springs. I think somebody had mentioned that. Um, Cherry, Cherry Springs. That's funny. You were in Fort Davis on the 4th of July, just a few weeks after we were there. That's funny. Small world, huh? I mean, because Fort Davis, like for people who don't know Fort Davis, it's this um uh it is so small. I mean, you can tell based on this, on these photos here, that it's not exactly the most inhabited area. This is the National Historic Site at Fort Davis, but like, yeah. Um, and there was this kind of independent film years ago. What was it? Dancer, Dancer, Texas, Dancer, Texas Population 81 was this. It was a movie, kind of a more, I want to say like an independent movie. It was filmed in Fort Davis, and so yeah, it's a very it is an 81 people. It's got like 800 or 1,000 people, and there's like 2,000 people in the county. Um, and the county's big. Um, Jeff Davis County, yeah, it's 2,000 square miles. Like, isn't that like a good fraction of the size of um, uh, yeah, it's yeah, it's pretty sparsely populated, but it's a neat little town, and it's like up in this mountain range in West Texas, one of the taller mountain ranges in Texas, and it's like a bit over a mile. It's about a mile above sea level, maybe 6,000 feet, something like that. But it's kind of cool. Um, but there's an observatory out there, the McDonald Observatory. So um, that's kind of that's kind of cool. Um, yeah, I mean, I've been to like Terlingua and some of those places. They're pretty hot down there kind of near the river. It's so out in Big Bend, which is national park, far west Texas, kind of in the bend of the Rio Grande. A lot of canyons and stuff. It's a neat area. I mean, it's like it literally. I mean, like these canyons, they're amazing. Um, and yeah, you can camp there, and it's just a really neat area, but it gets hot. Oh, that's not Big Bend. Um, but yeah, like it's a cool park. But yeah, Fort Davis, because it's up, because it's kind of, what was it? They called it a sky island. Like some nature preservation kind of organization, they said it's like a sky island because it's basically this isolated mountain range that's much higher than the surrounding area. And so like there's plants and animals there that aren't in the surrounding areas. So it's kind of like an island in a way, from a natural point of view. So I have a story about that. We went to Big Bend. We showed up, we got there late at night. It was kind of a rough drive, and we had a rental car, and I parked it, and we went into where we were staying, and it started pouring partway through the night, and I ended up waking up realizing, oh, the sunroof, the moon roof is open. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it was a rental car, but still, I'm like, so I go out there, get soaked, close it up, and it was done first thing in the morning. I mean, it was there was no rain in the morning, so I went out, opened up all the windows, and it was so dry out there that the car was like bone dry by the time we got into it. So that was fortunate, but it was crazy because like there was this river in the park, and it had turned into this roaring river. Like when we had arrived, it was nothing. But then it turned into this raging river that like was huge. It wasn't the Rio Grande, it was some other river, I think, that goes through the park. Or it wasn't even a river. It's like one of those dry, like riverbeds that turned into this enormous river. And then by the afternoon, it was gone. Because it was like, once everything drained out, it was back to just being kind of a little creek, or not even. But it was pretty cool. But kind of funny. That was an interesting trip for many reasons. Yeah, Milky Way photos in Big Bend. I mean, like you can see on the screen, for those who, again, who aren't familiar with it, like this terrain with the canyons and stuff is just amazing. Again, I don't know why they're showing that photo, because that's like, I think that's the bend at the Grand Canyon, like the horseshoe. But like these kind of canyons and stuff, like it's cool. And yeah, when the river isn't high, it's like you can walk across the border. But like there's nothing out there, and plus now it's patrolled more. Like I remember going there 25, 30 years ago. Anyway, but yeah, it's so desolate out there, but it's beautiful. It's so beautiful out there. Oh, I forgot that so I'm up to 20 minutes on M5, but M13's still going. Let me switch back. Switch back to my Omni view. Yeah, so this is up to 28 minutes or 58 minutes. But I think M5 is actually the one I'm going to stop first. So I just need to see which one is having like stacking issues. If not, I'm just going to keep them going. But then I want to point one of them at that open cluster, and just to check that out and see what that looks like. Actually, I should do a preview of it with in Stellarium. So for you, for those who are imaging tonight with their Seestars or just who have Seestars, how do you have yours set up? Like when you're switching from target to target, are you like sitting outside with it? Um, are you like near a window or like a room just inside? Is it like outside on your patio or something? I'm just curious because like mine is sitting outside in my on my patio, but for various reasons I'm actually like one floor up, but I'm like this isn't this is an outside wall here, so the telescopes are like down there from here. So like line of sight for Wi-Fi, it's not that far. But I'm curious what other people do. Uh, Best place is just west of Tucson, across the valley from Kidd Peak. Yeah, that would explain. I mean that's a major. I mean, there's still a good observatory there, so that would make sense. Um, and that's one of the things. Yeah, like Fort Davis has the observatory nearby, and so that yeah. Okay. So sitting in the living room near the window to keep an eye on it, maybe. But also like signal. Do you have yours in station mode, or are you just connected directly to the Seestar? Um, because I've kind of gone back and forth with mine. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I kind of go back and forth since I am kind of like near-ish to it. I sometimes run it directly. Um, but usually I try to do station mode as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Somebody. Uh, but if you have it like on the default tripod, it's kind of unobtrusive. So hopefully, because otherwise that could be a little. Yeah, I think I remember you talking about that before about like having this thing out in your front yard. Um, so let me see what. So we're up to 21, and we're now past an hour with M13, so that's good. And yeah, M13 is still a ways away from these from the meridian, or at least far enough away. So I could probably let that one go a bit longer. M5, on the other hand, is past the meridian. So I'm not sure how much further that one will go. Yeah, I mean, mine are in. It's kind of similar with mine. It's in a backyard, and there's a fence, and plus all our houses are kind of close together, so it's not like there's a lot of openings to even try to get into the backyard. So I'm generally kind of not. I don't think about it too much. Plus, we have dogs, um, and they bark at yeah they tend to bark at a lot of things. So that also I'm not so worried about. I was worried when I had the other one hanging out the window that some neighbor would think that it's like pointing at their house or something. Um, but so far I haven't gotten any complaints yet, so we'll see. Um, but yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, because so the summer beehive is actually about the same elevation, almost the exact same elevation. Just a little. Oh no, it's not. It's a little lower than the Rose cluster, but I think it's still. Yeah, I think it should still be doable. Um, and I wonder what that looks like. Sometimes I like kind of previewing it to see what it's going to look like. Yeah, yeah, that's That's what I'm thinking is going to happen with this M13. I forgot because I was saying, oh, it's not quite to the zenith, but it is getting higher in the sky now. Let me see, M13. It is. Oh, it's at 76 degrees here, so I'm still good. But so I'm gonna let it go for a bit longer. But M5, I think I'm gonna stop soon. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, unfortunately, this neighborhood, or for better or worse, this neighborhood is it's mostly two-story plus, two tall stories. So that's why I have such challenges. It's like a canyon in the backyard. Yeah, I've almost lived in apartments that had more visibility of the sky than this house. Um, but yeah, M13 I'm still good for a bit longer, so I'm gonna just keep letting that go. It's past an hour now, but I think I might stop M5 here in a few moments because we're up to almost 25 minutes, and I want to move on to something else. Um, don't want to just be only imaging globular clusters tonight. My sitting here for a while with my head turned, my neck sometimes gets a little stiff. I really need to have a monitor over here. At some point, I'm plan on moving it over, so at least I'm kind of looking more towards the camera. Let's see. Yeah, I think at exactly 25 minutes, I'm going to pull the plug on M5. Oh, yeah, well, trees. That'll do it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Yeah, if you were sitting in a truck bed in the driveway so the foxes don't poke at it. Yeah, it's funny. Actually, funny you mentioned that. You can turn off the voice, and I have the voice turned off on mine because I was concerned because there's so little room between houses that people would hear this weird thing talking in our backyard. But I know what you mean about the animals. Like we've had possums and raccoon in the backyard. It actually happened. It was just a few weeks ago. Like I had seen a raccoon on the fence, but and I had taken a photo of it and I think I posted it. But I was going out in the backyard to get the telescope, and I turned on the light and I saw it. It was like right next to the patio window, and it like scurried off and like climbed the fence. But it was, if I hadn't turned on the light and walked outside, I would have walked right into the raccoon. Which yeah, wouldn't have been. Elephant's trunk. Oh, hi Alex. M5 is a globular cluster. So a um, it's a group of stars that kind of orbit each other, and it is orbiting our galaxy, at least this one particularly. And like they're kind of interesting because they're some of the oldest things in the galaxy, and I've seen speculation that maybe they were old remnants of some other galaxy that merged, or galaxies that merged, like maybe some dwarf thing. I don't know. But it's something very old. They're very old. They're like over 10 billion years old. But yeah, it's a cluster of stars that that are orbiting the Milky Way. I mean, you can kind of see, well, and like in this one, I've zoomed in, but you can see it's just all stars. But it does kind of look like it could be a galaxy or something, but no, it's orbiting our galaxy. So it might not be within the plane of the galaxy, but it might be kind of above the plane. But yeah, they're kind of cool. And right now they're easy to image. But yeah, I thanks for joining, Alex. Yeah, it looks really cool. And because the sun is, I mean, the moon is up, it makes it, they're fairly easy targets to image, because otherwise it's, a lot of other things get washed out by the moon. But because it's just a cluster of stars, it kind of holds up pretty well. So you got a family of gray foxes in our neighborhood. Yeah. So earlier you said the elephant's trunk. Again, I don't even know if I can see that from here. Elephant's trunk. But yeah. These names, the Misty Clover Cluster, as if elephant's trunk wasn't a quirky enough name. Yeah, that looks pretty big, like too big. Yeah, it's like the North American Nebula. It's like really big. And plus, it's not like the veil, at least the veil is kind of discrete kind of pieces, some of which almost like are pretty good. This one is so big that like you can't really see. I mean, you can see a nebula, so I'm M56. So what is M56? Oh man. M56. Oh yeah, another globular. Oh, that one's pretty compact, I think. Oh no, that's fine. Where is it though? Trying to figure out if I can even see it. Oh, it's to the east, but it's starting to get to the point where I could probably image it. This elephant's trunk is, I guess I could probably get it, but not now, not for a while. Maybe in like after 2 in the morning, I think I could image it. It'll finally be high enough at that point, but yeah, not right now. Play Misty Forest. It's a fairly dim globular, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I did, like around, I think here, because of my constraints in the sky, I don't think I'd be able to image it until later. Like much later, probably later than I'm going to be staying up, but who knows? Who knows? That one night I wouldn't have thought I was going to stay up till 6 or 4 in the morning, but I did. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Which one? M56? Yeah, for me right now it's like, yeah, it's much lower in the sky. And plus I can't see anything that's lower than 45 degrees a lot of times, so although yeah. Yeah. Let's see. So oh, so you're not going to be up all night? crawfish. That can be really good. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. Busy day. Oh, I said I was going to stop M5 at 25 minutes, and we're up to 28. So I think I'm going to stop it and move on to just that open cluster IC 4665. Just see how that works. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll try that. Perks. Yeah. Free food and beer. That is a that could be well worth it. 4665. Okay, yeah, that should be achievable, so we'll see. Oh, yeah, I didn't bring that up on screen. I just read it, but yeah. Perks of volunteering, free crawfish and beer. Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I've done something like that. I think I have. I mean, not crawfish, but some other kind of volunteer thing where there were some perks. Is it showing a distance? No, it doesn't show the distance, but what you're seeing on the screen there is it's kind of pointing to the target. So I told it where to go, and it was kind of moving in the sky. And then on the screen, the lower right thing is an all sky camera I have pointed up at the sky, and you can see the telescope's kind of in the corner. But yeah, a lot of times, like I'll have to look up because I'll be curious how far away certain things are, and I end up having to look it up because it's not always like this app doesn't have it, but like this one does. So like in the case of this elephant's trunk, it's 1,500 light years away. So it will tell you the distance, but this one doesn't. So this looks like the cluster, so I'm going to go ahead and start that. But yeah, if I didn't say glad you joined, Alex. Thanks for joining. Haven't seen you on a stream in a while, or maybe I have. Maybe like at the beginning of a stream a few times. But yeah. Okay, so let's see if the calibration actually works this time. Actually, I want to switch it to this view. Because I think, of course, horizontal calibration failed again. So, is it moving? I'm watching the telescope to see if it's updating its position. I don't know. For some reason, I like seeing it move. But yeah, maybe not. So it is starting to image. Let's go back to this. So the horizontal, the trailing stars, the bane of my existence. Like, why does it just suddenly do that? Now the question is, will it settle down? Sometimes it settles down, sometimes it doesn't. Meanwhile, the other one's been rock solid, and it's been going for an hour and 11 minutes now. No telling. Oh, it did settle down. So it had that initial kind of weird trailing and then it stopped. But so this is not quite as spectacular as a globular cluster, but it's an open star cluster. Let me see, what's the IC 4665. IC 4665. Yeah, I mean, no, but that's why it's good to ask questions. So I'm happy to explain things, as people probably have noticed. I do enjoy explaining things. But yeah, feel free to ask. Especially if you are new to astronomy or don't know the specific kind of targets, or you're just kind of curious. So IC 4665, it's an open cluster. It was discovered in 1745. Yeah. It's one of the brightest clusters not to be cataloged by Messier or Herschel, probably because it's kind of a loose, like the stars aren't as clumped together as some clusters. Definitely not like a globular cluster. But yeah, fourth magnitude is pretty bright. But I figured I'd mix it up, so I wasn't just on a completely globular cluster, at least at this point of the evening. I know I might be getting ahead of myself, but oh, actually it's not. It is not as early. So let me look up some of the other targets I was wanting to get. NGC, that's starting to get where I might be able to get at the Crescent Nebula. My favorite, the Crescent Nebula. Actually, that's a good idea. Did I bring those up? Yeah, hold on a second. I'll be right back. I really need to have like a be right back thing, but every time after a live stream I'm usually too tired, and then before one I'm usually trying to get the equipment working, and so I always. Well, that was a bust. Yeah, I was looking for like some of my accessory things, but thought I had brought them up here. But yeah, that's cool. I should do that. I really should do that. And see, that's the disadvantage of imaging from up here. But yeah, maybe the next time it is dark, I'll try that. That is a good idea, because I got two of those things, and I personally like the diffraction spike look, especially for those kind of clusters. That is a great idea. I need to do that. Yeah. Some of like this one, like look at how blue these are. I don't know if you can tell on the on YouTube, but on my screen, and they look nice white. I mean, not blue, but like a bluish white. Very distinctive. Okay. No, that's a good, that is a good warning. So I'll keep an eye out for that, but I'm going to make a note that I want to try that. Try different spike attachment on Seestars. Yeah, I would do it with like open clusters or yeah. Yeah, there was one of the clusters in the fall or in the winter I remember being like that, where it was very distinctive blue and red. Or red and orange. Yeah. Yeah, where it was like some very distinctive reds. It was it the salt and pepper cluster, I think. It was one of them, I remember. Oh, so I just noticed the Crescent Nebula, also known as the Ear Nebula. Okay. The Ear Nebula. Okay, so what was it? Salt and pepper? Yeah. Let's see. What was it? No, that wasn't it. Anyway, yeah, the Beehive M44. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one I remember. Yeah. One thing I guess I didn't notice, oh, because they're kind of faint. There's several galaxies in the Beehive cluster. I mean, background galaxies. But they're like 15th magnitude. That's why I didn't make note of them before. So what was a crescent or the Ear Nebula? I'm going to start calling it the Ear Nebula from now on. The Ear Nebula. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. That's cool. So the Ear Nebula, Crescent Nebula. Is that high enough? It might be high enough. The spikes or the stars? Because we were talking about the stars. I mean, the spikes are it's because they have colors. I mean diffraction spikes are like the light's being bent, I guess, and it's different wavelengths. Is that right? My brain's slowing down here, but the stars have different colors because they're at they're different temperatures because they're different sizes and different phases of their life cycle. So some stars, if they're younger, they might be hotter. Yeah, so that'll dictate the temperature, which then dictates the color. So crescent might be working. It might be something to try after I get. Although this is filling out nicely. I mean, like I say, I don't know how much of that comes through on YouTube, but like besides these bright stars, I see a lot of detail here in the fainter stars. Meanwhile, M13 keeps on rocking. It's up to hour and 16 minutes. but I'm probably getting close to the point where it's gonna have an issue. Yeah, it's temperature. Like there's yeah, so many variables. Yeah, but temperature this dictates why it's and then like some of these stars are like 10 or 20 times bigger or more than our sun. Like they're massive. And some of them, they don't last very long. They burn bright and explode. um, so let me see. Curious. Yeah. So M13 is getting near the danger zone. It's like at 80 degrees. 80 degrees altitude, so it's about to get too high in the sky. So I'm probably going to have to stop that one. And you can also see it's like starting to massively field rotate here. Like the artifacts in the corner where it's like at an angle. But I'm pretty pleased with the core. And that's interesting. Like besides the last thing I imaged on this one, was the moon. That was at 8 p.m. So like half an hour before the half an hour? Yeah. 20 minutes before the sunset. But that's literally the only other thing I've imaged on this tonight. So that's pretty good. So that's probably going to stop. So actually I could stop this M13, and I might go ahead and point it at the crescent, because why not? Oh, not in 1 hour and M13. Yeah, it's at almost an hour and 20 minutes. It's at an hour 18. Let me see. Is it still going up? Yeah. Maybe I'll stop it and I'll go to yeah, the moon photo, it turned out pretty good. The lighting was good, and yeah, you can really see the texture well. Like for a daytime shot, it was pretty good. But I feel like the Seestar, maybe it's how much it sharpens the image or something. I mean, it doesn't over sharpen it, but I feel like it gives some pretty good detail. Yeah, the field rotation is getting pretty ridiculous on M13. But the good thing is, like, at least the stars themselves are, I mean, the core of the cluster is not, it's still within the field, so, or the part that hasn't, it's a common element, I guess I should say. It's rotated, but it's not, it's been able to, it's in the central part. But I'm gonna get up to 119 and then I'm gonna stop. And is it gonna stop? Are we getting there? Are we there yet? Actually, it didn't update, so maybe it's starting to have some stacking failures, which wouldn't be surprising given how much it's, because like now it's at the point where the field's probably rotating a lot. Okay, it updated. Well, I'm going to stop that. And we'll move on to the crescent and see if it works. But yeah, that was pretty good. That was successful. Oh, I always do that. I always mean to, oh man. Uh-oh. Sorry. Oh, my all sky camera, I think, is probably not updating because I had all three of the devices plugged into one power bank, And the fact the Seestar isn't at 100% anymore means it's probably, I think the battery got depleted, and that all sky camera is, that view is probably a stale view. Okay, so let's go to Crescent Nebula, not the ear. It's also the ear. Let's see. NGC 6888 Crescent. Let's try that. Let's try this on for size. Hopefully it'll actually work. Oh yeah, I need to. Yeah, so Crescent. I think that I don't want to try that one. That one was too low. M16. M16 is still a little too low, but this apparently was able to find the target. So let me go ahead and start, and hopefully that will start working. Yeah. The problem was I have this this, power bank, not the little things, but like the solar battery bank, whatever. The ones that are like a few hundred kilowatt hours. And the problem is that when I put outside, it was already like under 50%. And I had both Seestars plugged into it and the Raspberry Pi all sky camera. So however much was, and the Seestars were DC, but the Raspberry Pi, it was an AC load. So it's less efficient. So yeah, and it's been running for almost 4 hours, because I started it way before the stream started, because I wanted to make sure the telescopes were like solidly locked on to the moon before I schedule the live stream. And so yeah, they've been going for 4 hours. So I guess it ran out of battery. The good news is the Seestars were fully charged, so they should be good for a while. They're both at 87%. So when did the all sky camera die? Let me look, because I should be able to see the I should be able to see it stopped working like almost an hour ago. Oops. I mean, because it's so static. Oh, that should have been my clue. I was looking at it and I was talking about why I was waiting to see it move to do the horizontal calibration, and it didn't move, and that should have been my clue. It was actually a camera issue, not a it did move, it just didn't. Anyway, so yeah, I'm starting to already get something on NGC 6888. Just randomly leaning off camera. Yeah, I had to grab a cable. I move things around, and then, although things are usually like this, like a lot of it stays in the same place. Let me do this without accidentally. Anyway, okay, so where are we at? We're getting data. Wow, we're already up to 2.5 minutes of the crescent. One thing I was doing, I was hoping to process some things tonight on stream. I'm not sure if I will or not, but maybe I will. But let me see. So I'm looking off screen at I dumped a bunch of stuff. So NGC 2668 or 6888. Oh, I hadn't actually copied these off. I wonder if I can copy this off without slowing things down. Let me try that. Let me try that. Sorry, I'm trying to copy some photos that I had previously taken of the crescent. How many photos? I have, oh wow. I was curious how many I have already. I have 724 subframes of the crescent. So I've got already 2 hours of data of the crescent. So that's cool. So I'm copying it off a remote machine, or it's not on the laptop or the hard drive, so I'm copying it over the network. So where are we at? Let's see. Yep. So yeah, we've got getting off work in about 10 minutes might put the Seestar out. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Mentioning the lagoon, I don't think I can image the lagoon. That's unfortunate. I think it's too low for me, and I don't know if it gets even high enough at any point for me to look at. Let me look. Lagoon. The lagoon is 30 degrees above the horizon right now. Yeah. In 2 hours, it's 35 degrees above the horizon, which I think is still too low for me. Yeah. Yeah, it's too low. Oh well. But that's not the only reason why I always end up going back to some of the same targets, because those are the ones I can image, but that's certainly a factor. Let me see. Yeah, so I see the star cluster. Yeah, I should probably figure out what target I'm gonna do after that star cluster. Let me see. I'm switching to me because I've got to do something on here, and I don't want it to be too chaotic. Let's see. Oh, okay, that wasn't bad. It was less chaotic than I thought. So yeah, I'm copying down some of the previous stuff I'd taken of NGC 6888. Did it finish copying? Yep, it finished copying. And of course, I didn't put it in a subdirectory. I'm gonna I'm going to use, if I end up processing this, I'm going to do it with the one of the scripts where it is one of the automated stacking scripts where it assumes it's where there's a lights directory. M27. I'm almost afraid to try this one. So I'm curious how much data I have of that. M13. How much do I have of that? I'm going to switch back to the other view so we can go back to looking at the telescopes. Oh, that's not too bad. I thought I had more of M13. It says I have 700 frames with that. So it's actually similar to what I have for the crescent. How much do I have of the veil? NGs. I'm kind of a command line kind of person, so that's why I'm 500. So I don't know if I have all the latest though. I have an hour and a half of the veil, which isn't terrible. Yeah. Trees block everything but the southern sky, so yeah, no, that's cool. That's good. Yeah, for me it's definitely a lot more complicated as far as figuring out what I can image and what I can't. Let me switch back to my multi-view. Although I feel like this is misleading because the all sky camera is not working. But that's okay. I'll leave it up on screen for now because there's nothing really extra to add to the screen, I guess. So yeah, like let's see. What other targets? I need to figure out something to replace this IC 4665. The Crescent Nebula is turning out. I mean, it's for filling out, so that's good. That one I don't think I want to try. Eagle Nebula I think is still too low for me. It's such an exercise of trying to figure out. Wait, what? Did I already miss my opportunity to look at the Eagle Nebula? I hope not. Dang it. Oh, wait. Never mind. I had forwarded, I had kind of incremented time on Stellarium, and so I was looking at the state of things like 3 hours from now. Okay, that's more like it. So the Eagle is M16, and that's southeast, and it is 38 degrees. Moon gradient. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday I was getting some pretty horrific gradients on the stuff, especially that I was shooting to the west. But let's see. Let me see. I'm trying to remember because I had placed one of the telescopes. See, unfortunately, I think this one is not the one I want to bring the Eagle up on. I think I want to bring it up on this other one. So maybe I'll swap them. Maybe I'll bring up the crescent on this one that's photographing this open cluster. So I feel like I got some good detail here. So I'm going to stop this one. It's just over 14 minutes. And let me move this to the crescent. And then I'm going to move the one that has the crescent to point at the Eagle. And it's only because the the other one is kind of further back and it has more clearance from the trees. Cause like we had that problem. I had that problem with the trees yesterday. I moved the other one like a few feet away so the trees might not interfere as much. So I'm going to move this one to NGC and NGC. I think I keep saying it's something else, but it's 6888 crescent. So let's go that. Gave up on trying to get because the moon gradient. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the problem I was having with just Markarian's chain in general, was the gradients. Or I mean the light pollution and gradients were just making it just a big challenge, and plus they're small, and yeah, it just wasn't, it was just problematic all around. So let's see if this thing ends up getting a good lock on the Crescent Nebula, the other one. I'm going to stop this one. Okay, cool. Then M8 and going to bed. Great. So this worked. So I'm going to stop with just under 10 minutes from one of the Seestars, and I'm going to switch it to this other one just because I think it'll have a better chance of looking past the trees or not being obstructed by the trees. So for the Eagle specifically, because that was the issue I had last night and previous nights too. So let's go to M16 and we'll get going with that. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm trying again with in a Bortle too. Yeah, there's a few things that I have like that where they're very, like there's a few things where they have low surface brightness, like some galaxy or nebula, and then there's a couple of targets that are just, I think the Seestar can capture it, but I don't know that if it can capture it without like ridiculously long exposures, like things that are dimmer than like the 16th magnitude. Horizontal calibration failed again. Okay. Yeah, this thing's having a hard time with. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the Eagle. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay, so the Crescent is imaging. The Eagle is still trying to. It's still identifying, which maybe it's having problems with the trees. Now, it wasn't a guarantee, but this one should have better clearance with the trees. So even if it's too early, it'll be sooner than with the other one. I mean, the trees aren't that tall, but they're like right at the fence. So a few feet difference. Having one a few feet over would make a difference. If this doesn't identify it, I'm going to stop it and then look at what the live view looks like, because then I know, yeah, okay, it failed. So I'm going to go look at the live view and then I'll know if there's a tree in the way. Yep, there's something in the way. Great. Okay, so it's too early for the Eagle. Of course, typical, but that's okay. What else? I think the other things are still, let me see. I mean, I've already imaged a lot of it, but I'm half tempted to go look at the Dumbbell Nebula again. Although, let's see what other things are kind of in that area. There's a cloud sculpting star cluster. I think I've tried that one, and the nebulosity didn't show up that well. Poodle cluster. These names. The names. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I guess I could try that if nothing else. But let me just start with the dumbbell, since I know that looks good. So I will revisit the Eagle in a bit. Really? Am I looking at the right time? No, I'm not. Never mind. So the dumbbell is probably too low. Again, I need to mount one of these to the roof of the house. Actually, maybe I was looking at the wrong thing for the Eagle then. No, it's just the Eagle's still a little too low. All right, so that didn't work. Graphs cluster. M27. I don't know if it's high enough yet. Cause is it like due east? The problem is due east for me, it literally has to be like over 50 degrees elevation. Yeah, it's like due east. So unfortunately there's a taller house due east of me. So actually, well, let's do the Tweedledum cluster, also known as the Captain Hook cluster, also known as the Wasp Waste cluster. All right, that sounds interesting. NGC 6633. See. South is, I mean, it's still, how is South? I mean, it still has to be like 40 degrees. Because like what is it? The Eagle is still too low. I have like the Trifid. Let's see what the Trifid looks like. I mean, like position wise. No, see, it's like 33 degrees. That's too low. It's really annoying. It's very frustrating. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, that's way too low for me. I mean, because the Eagle is at like 39 degrees and there's a tree in the way. So what was this for? I'm just going to go ahead and image that. Just get some data. Yeah, I mean, it's all comparably bad. Like I say, that's why I need to try to mount it to the roof. Because it gets so ridiculous. And then if I'm like, I mean, not only do I waste I mean, because like what I'm doing on the stream now, I have to do this. This is how things work, like a normal observing session for me. And I'll try to plan things out ahead of time, but I haven't gotten the exact elevation. So sometimes I push it and then it doesn't work. And so I have to move on to something else until that thing is, the thing I was originally going to look at is higher. Now the good thing is this, it's a little, what was this? It was 6633. Is that what I was looking for? Oh yeah, right. It was the Tweedle. It was Tweedledum cluster. Let me see how that feels. Oh yeah, so it'll fill the frame, and then some. But the bulk of the stars are in the center, or within the frame. So that's good. So yeah, Tweedledum. Let's see, what else is there in this vicinity? It's one of those things. It's like blue racquetball cluster. I think that was another one that sounds more interesting than it's just a small target. Ring Nebula. Wait, how high is the Ring Nebula? I could do the Ring Nebula. I could do M57. Yeah, I could do M57. I totally missed that. I'll do that. I mean, because usually open star clusters, I don't image like a ton. I mean, I don't need a ton of data, so I'll probably stop this one and go to M57, the ring. Okay, maybe not the ring. M57 Ring Nebula. All right. No, I'm glad. It's also kind of, you know, it works both ways. It also kind of forces me to kind of keep things. I mean, it forces me to be a little bit more disciplined, maybe, about like, you know, trying to do as much. And plus, I get ideas. Like you all mention things, and then I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good one. I should check that out. And yeah, I need to do a custom landscape in Stellarium as well. They had one. There was a plugin there, and I couldn't find much documentation about it. It's a so they have the normal kind of landscapes, custom landscapes. But then there's one in there. There's a plugin. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, plugins. Yeah, this one. It's a 3D scenery. Walk around, find and avoid obstructions in your garden, find and demonstrate possible astronomical alignments in temples, see shadows on sundials, etc. And I'm like, I'm kind of intrigued by this one, but I couldn't find a lot of documentation on how you can actually, like, it sounds like it looked like the process was maybe a little intensive. I mean, labor intensive to like build the 3D model. And there didn't seem, I couldn't find much documentation on it. But the concept seemed cool. Like that you could map out your yard and then figure out the best place to put the telescope. That would be interesting. So yeah, I think I'm going to stop this open star cluster and point at the Ring Nebula. And this is the telescope that I was going to point at, the Eagle anyway. So we're up to 3 minutes. It's interesting because I don't think I turned on the filter, but it did. Okay, I'm going to stop it. The open cluster, and we'll go to M57. Okay. And this is plenty high in the sky. It's not a huge target, but at least it's something. Yeah, what else was I looking at? I was it was yeah, no. Nothing on the supernova front. Let me see. Yeah, so at some point I hope to get back to, or I want to try building Siril. They have nightly builds, but they didn't work on my Mac. I don't know if the other nightly builds work, but oh, there it is, tiny little ring. It's interesting. You can actually see the ring even without, just in the live view. Like, that's pretty cool. But it's tiny, definitely tiny. So we'll start trying to image that. Get a bit of data on that one. And what else? Let's see. Got the ring. Yeah, so what else? I've got the Eagle. I'm going to try. The dumbbell. I might try. Yeah, that was it's a bright but tiny object. Definitely. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Look at that. That is cool. I wonder how much data you actually need to get with that, because it's already so bright. I'll let it go for a little bit longer. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think I want to get too much data with this because it's already so bright. I think it would just, I don't know that it really adds much. Although let me look in the field of view, see if there's any other anything that's within the frame that is of note. Let me see. So what was that? M57. So wait, where's my Stellarium there? So M57. There is IC 1296, and that's a 15th magnitude active galaxy. That's actually right next to right near the ring. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, the Ring Nebula is cool. I mean, it looks really cool. It's a very kind of iconic thing. So if I look at this, I'm trying to compare. I'm trying to look at what's on the screen versus what's in Stellarium versus the what's in Stellarium versus what's on the phone. So we have these stars over here, and we have that star there. Okay, here. Yeah. Is that right? Or no? What I'm trying to figure out is which of these little faint stars here are this galaxy. And how far is this galaxy? This galaxy is, does it even have a distance? Oh, it just has a redshift. They should do the calculation in Stellarium. But luckily I have it bookmarked. I have a redshift calculator bookmarked. Cosmology calculator. It says the redshift is 0.017. So it's 236 million light years away. Yeah, 236 million light years away. So one of these faint stars, kind of near the center of the frame here, I think is one of the is that active galaxy, and it's 230 million light years away. Kind of faint, but then again, I've only not even 3 minutes of data, so that's cool. I've been kind of on this kick of trying to look at what other things are in the field of a given thing that I'm looking at. But yeah, that seems to be the only one in this field of view, but that's cool. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop this one because it's already pretty saturated here. Very distinctive. Yeah. So it's already at like 3.5 minutes. Yeah, so I'm going to stop at that. And so now I need to go back to figuring out what that one is going to go to. Let's see what the Eagle is like. Keep going back to the Eagle. I keep hoping for the Eagle. The Eagle is 41 degrees. Oops. So let me... Yeah, it's cool getting another object. It doesn't always happen, but there's been a few times, like that infamous one with the supernova that I took a photo of, and I'd gotten so much, like 3 hours of data of this one galaxy to try to really bring out the supernova in it, that I started seeing all these little foreground or background galaxies, and it turned into a rabbit hole of trying to identify them and figure out how far they were, because a lot of them weren't even on clusters. This was something that was funny. I was looking at the supernova list, and it's pretty crazy. Like, I wonder what even some of this is. So this is the latest list of supernovas. Let me switch to the full computer view. And so these are the brightest supernova at this moment that are over, the 12th magnitude. And like this one, like it's some anonymous galaxy. Like it isn't even clear, like found in an anonymous galaxy. It was crazy because like I was looking at the photo of it, and it was like you couldn't even, like it wasn't even clear yeah, like maybe it was some dwarf galaxy or something, but you couldn't even see the galaxy, at least with the one I was looking at, which was NGC 4216, I think. But yeah, some of these are like non or anonymous, like this one. Yeah, some of them have images, but it was strange that like it's not even visible. I mean, the galaxy isn't even visible. So what? M46. Oops. Like on the wrong app. So sometimes I type the hotkey that brings up the emoji keyboard. I need to shut that off. Oh, oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I remember that. That's pretty cool. Like, it's just kind of just random right there. Yeah. That's cool. So let me see. What was I going to go to? I was going to try the Eagle again. Oh, no, stop. I was going to try the Eagle. No, stop. Okay. If at first you don't succeed, try again. That's what I'm doing right now. But actually what I should do is I should check when I took the photos of the Eagle. Was it last night? Let me see. So if I go to M16, it was, well, the first time. No, that's pretty bad. 1 a.m. Although I started around this time, actually. I started, oh no, I didn't start it this time. I started it at 53, like just actually close to this time. Let me see where it claims it's pointing. It claims it's pointing. Maybe it'll work this time. So let me start the exposure. Won't know until I start. Let me go back to this view. So you can see what I'm doing. One thing, okay, the crescent's working. I'm just trying to, sometimes when you point it at a target, it ends up kind of offset a bit, and it said star trailing, so I wonder if it's going to do that weird drifting thing, or yeah, the little comet thing. Yeah, so it is having a problem. Yeah. Is it actually working? Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, this seems a bit off. So I'm going to stop this, and I'm going to move it a little bit over, and maybe it'll then kind of get a better lock on the nebula. Yeah, so it is. Oh, so that was fast. Just waiting for the preview to show up and that before I start recording. It's still like offset, but oh well. Oh, what is it doing? It is doing that weird drifting thing, I think. Okay, well, I'm going to try this. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, so what else? Actually, part of me is wondering if I should part of me wonders if I should sorry, I'm like, is it doing it again? Like, I don't know why it does this, where it just starts kind of drifting. Yeah, I don't get that. I do not get that. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I might. Although now maybe it finally settled down. Because sometimes it ends up like settling down after the first few rejections, but these look a little oblong. No, maybe it. I mean, what I'm most interested in is kind of getting that central bit. So, oh, that's weird. That's weird. Huh. Actually, it's more centered than I thought it was. Yeah, and yeah. Actually, some of these stars are a bit oblong, but well, that Seestars Siril script should kind of clean up some of that. And I already have like a bit of data on it, which actually reminds me, I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of because I've been getting subjected to other people's images, and I'm feeling like I need to do something with all the data I have. No, it's been very inspiring, kind of to get me moving. Let me bring up Siril. Oh, denied. It's because I renamed it. Because I was trying to get the beta version. I mean the nightly, or what's in code. So I kind of had moved aside the other version of Siril, and I had a kind of a pointer, a shortcut pointing at it, and it failed. Okay. After using a script fix, I wonder. I'm not gonna update. I'm still on 1.2.1. I'm not gonna update to 1.2.2. So let me change the directory. I'm gonna go to. Well, let me. T7 Astro. What did I want to process? Do I want to do M16? How much do I have of M16? What did I say I had? I have an hour, a little over an hour. I wonder how that'll work, or if I'll end up causing issues. But while this is, before I switch, yeah, this is starting to work. No, that looks good. That looks actually good. That I'm. It was having a hard time kind of locking in, but I feel like it's locked in now. Great. so I'm going to switch to the computer view. And I'm going to get rid of this. And I'll minimize that. Okay. Oops. I am going to try to live process it. So what I want to do this time is, I haven't actually done this. This is something I think Wiley Site said he does, where I'm going to stack it in Siril. I'm going to load it into GraXpert, do the gradient removal, and noise, clean up the noise. Then I'm going to load it back into Siril, and I'm going to run one of the Astro Barbecue scripts, which I did manage to get them loaded up into my Siril, but I haven't actually used them before, so I'm going to be testing it out live, because that's the way I roll. So let me see. I've got it on M16. So this is the hour I already have of data. So we'll see how this goes. Oops. I'm going to run it on... Now, which one of all these scripts is the one that was the stock one? Was it... was it this one? Let me double check. I need to go look at the directory to make sure I'm running the right stacking script before I kick it off. It is in Siril Seestar. Yeah, it's the Siril Seestar preprocessing. So it is Siril Seestar preprocessing. So let's see what this thing does. Oh. Oops. What? Wait, what just happened? Yeah, I have one too, but I'm trying to figure out what just happened. It didn't... Siril... Okay, that's weird. Maybe I didn't pick it. I thought I had picked the script. Guess I hadn't. That's more like it. Yeah, I've had to tweak it. Like, that's what some of these are here. Where I've like messed around with the existing version of Drizzle. But yeah. And I had one where I added like background extraction and some other parameters I'd been kind of messing around with. I have like a GitHub repo where I kind of took where I plan on putting some of my scripts. M8. Let me see what that looks like. Oh, nice. Nice. 20 minutes. M8. Where is M8? See, now I'm like... M8. Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Lagoon. I can't do Lagoon. Too low. Darn it. Okay. So it took a minute. It is stacked. I'm just going to look at it just out of curiosity to see what it looks like. And Okay, cool. So this is, how much did it end up stacking? It ended up stacking 306. So it ended up rejecting like 70 frames, which they might have been junk anyway. So I'm not going to sweat that. I get concerned when it ends up rejecting like to a third of the images or a third of the frames, or yeah, due south for you. No, that's cool. That is cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things that I probably will attempt when I'm in a darker sky, but or at a darker location. Okay, so let's bring this into GraXpert. Basically what I wanted to do is try processing this without like with a minimal effort processing, just to see where it lands. Okay, GraXpert is loaded. Okay, load image. Let me rummage around here to try to get to the, oh, never mind. It was easier than I thought. M16. Okay. All right. Okay. So I am going to, do I want to crop this at all? I'm not going to crop it. We decided that cropping is, so let me do, let's see, I just want to check the AI model, seeing what, okay, if anything's been updated. Okay. I don't have the latest denoise, so it's going to have to download that. I am going to just run that. All right. All right. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for joining, and have a good evening. Good night. Okay, so is it running? Did I actually push the button? I'm not sure I did calculate. I guess I didn't push the button. Details. Okay. So original. Yeah. Yeah. It got rid of like kind of that the green to red gradient, so we'll go with that. We will go with that. So, and let's try denoising. So I'm going to download the model. And it is running, and hopefully it is almost done. Okay. And we are almost done. Yeah, so I have used GraXpert. So GraXpert has, like, historically it was, because of the name, it's like it was for gradients. And I didn't actually use it that much for gradient removal, but then they added denoising more recently, AI denoising. And a lot of people were saying how for a free program, it was pretty reasonable. So what I had started doing is I do the stacking in Siril, then I run the gradient removal and denoising on the unstretched image in GraXpert, and then I save it back out, load it back into Siril, and then do the rest of the processing. Now, I have, like, at one point I was not doing the gradient removal in GraXpert. I was doing all my workflow like I had been doing in Siril. And then at the end, I actually took it into GraXpert, ran the denoise only on it, and then saved it out. And then actually in some cases, I brought it back into Siril and did some more adjustments to it. Like I was using the generalized hyperbolic stretch, and I found that after doing the denoise, I could kind of get the black levels even, like, increase the contrast a lot more, because it had kind of gotten rid of the noise. But then I switched to this where I do the stacking and then GraXpert for gradient removal and denoise, and then back to Siril. And that's what I'm going to do today. Or, sorry, that's what I'm going to do right now. Now, the denoising does take a while, as you can see. But the nice thing is that it, like, so you can see, so this was the original. Wow, look at how that cleaned up. So that is the original. Let me see about, how do I, is it, oops, that's why. How do I, sorry, I'm always, because every program is different. Ah. Oh, there we go. There, I always forget, because every program has like its own, but so you see the kind of this area here, and you can see all the noise. And so that's the default. Then after the gradient's removed and then denoised, like, it really smooths it up a lot. So yeah. So that's before and that's after. So yeah. So I'm going to save this. I save it as a FITS file, 32-bit. You can have it save it stretched, but I'm not doing that. And it automatically adds the GraXpert to it, so I'm going to do that. Yeah, I mean, people have been, I mean, it's maybe not up to like noise exterminator levels, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good for the, and there's people who've done comparisons where you can see, like, does it introduce artifacts like the one that I thought was kind of disconcerting is like when you have a star and it ends up turning it into like 2 stars that aren't there. Like that's kind of a problem. I mean, from an accuracy point of view. So that is, oops, that is done, that step. So now I can load this back into Siril, the GraXpert one. Okay, so this is what we start off with. So I'm gonna run Wiley site. Which script did you say you ran of the Astro Barbecue scripts? Because I remember you mentioning, because there's one, yeah. Yeah, it's like day and night. Yeah, it really cleans it up a lot. And yeah, Topaz denoise is the one I was specifically thinking of. I actually have a copy of it, but and it was fine, like, from a, you know, it's maybe fine from an artistic point of view, but like from an accuracy point of view, it definitely rubbed some people the wrong way, understandably. Like if it's just adding stars that aren't there, that's kind of a problem. Okay, PCC no denoise. So I'm looking at because I'm doing this as a test where I just wanted, so is it with PCC no denoise? Is that what you're, let me see. I'm curious what's in the script, so I'm looking at with PCC no denoise. Yeah, here's the script. So this is from Astro Barbecue. That's so like I was saying, I created a repo and threw some scripts in there, and I need to. What was the link? And anyway, let me look at this. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That is the script. So it saves the results. Load result. Desaturate. Background subtraction. Auto stretch. StarNet, save starless, load, and then it does pixel map. That makes sense. Cool. So I am going to just try that. And we'll see how that goes. With PCC no denoise. Huh. Oh. No, it's on the Mac, sometimes the first time you run StarNet, it has to load the dynamic library, and it like kind of locks up for a bit. But now it's running. Yeah, this is. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I turned it off. That looks good, considering I didn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't seem terrible. Like I say, I was just kind of doing it as an exercise on how it would process. So let me see what that looks like. Let me try running green noise, apply. Did that do anything? Didn't really drastically change it on this specific one. Yeah, yeah, some of the images are massively, sometimes it gets cleaned up by some other things, but yeah, I've found that a lot of times I end up having to do an extra remove green noise to clean it up. But now I'm like, I want to see like what, going off screen here. Wait, what was it? It's what was it by stock? What would you call it from? Default, maybe? I'll do default. Let me see. rsync. This was M6. Let me see. Is that right? Is that the correct thing? I'm copying something, another thing to this directory. Oh. Seestar M. Oh, it's M16. Duh. Okay, M6. Okay. Let's go back to the chat. Yeah, yeah, I've seen, yeah, massive green. Let me, so one thing I was wanting to do here is, so let's go, I'm going to save this out. Pixel math result, or I'll go Astro Barbecue, no PCC, or PCC no denoise, sorry, PCC no denoise fit, and we'll save that, and then I'm going to save it as PNG, and because that's what I do, and let me go there, open dot, okay, so if I go open this, let me see, close that, I'll minimize that. Okay, so I've got, so this is the image that I just processed, and let me see, what would be the best one? So here is one that came out of the telescope, 177 frames, so that's almost half an hour of data. Whoa. Yikes. Yeah, so that's interesting. So this is what came out of the telescope, and the final result here is not quite twice as much data, but that's with just those automated scripts. So that's, yeah, I'd say that, I mean, especially for a fairly low effort, like no effort. I mean, I haven't gone and tried to do, I haven't tried to like load it into some photo software, or I mean like Photoshop or Affinity Photo or something, and try to, you know, mess around with the colors. So I'd say that's a pretty good, I think that's a good win. I mean, what do you think? That's again, I mean, the one on the right has more data, but I think just everything about it is just kind of, it's nice. Yeah, objects that lack red, blue are overly green. Like, yeah. Yeah, so I'd say this, so that was a pretty low effort one. So I think I'm going to do another one. Let me change directory. I ended up putting a few, different targets in here, and I have M13. No, I didn't end up pulling M13. Do I want to try the crescent? Or is it, yeah, I'll try this. I'll try the veil. I think that's a veil. So let me run the script, and serial preprocessing. And if this goes well, I'm going to try the Crescent Nebula with the data I already have. I mean, I'm still accumulating data over here. Got another 40 minutes of data here, so that's turning out well. All things considered. And I've got another 14 minutes of the Eagle, so I'm going to keep the Eagle running as long as I can. I mean, I already got like almost an hour for this one, but if I can get another half hour That'll be good. I mean, just tonight alone, that would be nice. It's plowing through those. I was running low on disk space, so I put all this stuff on an external SSD, some little Samsung T7 Shield or something. Like a few months ago, SSD price, there was kind of a glut on SSDs. So the prices had kind of dipped. Maybe it was last year. And so I picked up a few for a bit less than they usually went for. Let's see how much memory this uses for the stacking. Look at it go. Oh, 6 gig. That's not terrible. Well, not these days. It's not terrible. So how is that going? So once this is done, load it into GraXpert, then load it back into Siril and go again. So let's see what this looks like. Auto stretch. Oh yeah, nice. How many files did it load? Wait, the file name. It's got almost 7,000 frames. Or no, sorry, 7,000. It's got 450. Actually, how much do I have of that? 456. 456. I have, so it rejected 80 of them. Oh, nice. Elephant's trunk. Let's see how that turns out. Well, hopefully it turns out. Well, so, okay, so I've got this. So let me go into GraXpert, load it. Load this one, that one, run the background extraction. And then after it does the background, that was pretty fast. I think it was, oops, whoa. Okay, original, gradient corrected. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, oh yeah, that red, yikes. Okay, so that's good. We'll do denoise. And then save it. And then I'm going to run it through the same script again, the Astro Barbecue script, just because I wanted to see, like, with minimal effort, how it looks. Let me go look at that default. And that is NGC 6992. NGC. And we've got that and that. And then NGC 6888. That'll be the next one. The next one that I'll process, that is. I'm already shooting it, of course. Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, the denoising takes a little bit of time, but, you know, it's, I mean, I think it's, the result's well worth it, I believe. I mean, yeah, the result's well worth it. Is this actually making progress? It's at 16 minutes and 10 seconds. But I don't know if it's making progress, the Eagle. Maybe it's running into the issue I always run into where it's like got an obstruction. Because I think it's been, maybe it's been stuck at 1610. Yeah, that's one I haven't even attempted. Okay, it's making progress very slowly. Oops. Very slowly it's making progress. But yeah, the Christmas tree and yeah, some of those are very faint. And definitely they're probably they definitely become a lot more challenging in the city. Um yeah, okay. The Seestars have like 66% battery, so they're still good. Okay, so what does it look like? So let's look at the original. Eesh. And here's the denoised. Nice. Great. So let's save it. Let's save it. And let's go back to Siril and load that in and turn off stretch. Although that looks cool. Stretch, am I running the right one? Yep. So let's go with P, CC, no denoise. Okay. Ah, cool. Decent run on the Cone Nebula. So we are yeah, no, it's harmless. I mean, those scripts are what do you call it? They're yeah, I mean the ones running within Siril are harmless, and I don't think they have any like really harmful things you can do. I mean, I guess it could like consume all your memory or something, but did that already run? I guess it all ran already. Huh. How do you know? Oh, because StarNet was already loaded into memory, the dynamic library. So we will go ngc 69902. What do you call it? With what was it? PCC no denoise dot fit. Save this out. Save it as a PNG. I don't know why I always do it, but this is what I do. Okay, so let me go try to pull this up with, actually, so I need to close that window, open, oh, NUC 6 open dot. Okay, so I've got the processed one. Okay, I'll close these two out. So I've got, let me look at one of the stock ones. Again, this is, maybe not the most fair comparison, but so here is, wow, this is 271 frames, subframes by default out of the telescope. And this is what I got with those scripts, or what I just ran. Now it's rotated a little bit, but that's kind of expected, because like the Siril script, since it does like an average, or it because it tries to find the optimal frame to stack around instead of the first frame, yeah, it ends up, let me see, Seestar. Yeah, so I think this is a good result. I mean, like the background is a lot darker. Like the blacks are much better on this version. I mean it's a lot of that's the gradient, but even then I feel like, yeah, it's just, and yeah, I like it. I think it's a good result. Now it does have, this one on the right does have more data. How much more does it have? It has, that is 456, whereas the one on the left is 271. So that's, you know, it's not a complete apples to oranges, but out of the telescope itself, you're not necessarily going to get 456 because like field rotation and stuff, it'll just start failing. And so you have to image over multiple days. Yeah. I mean, what do you think? I think, again, for low effort, I feel like it's a huge, huge improvement. And actually, I haven't even, let me see. Kind of curious if I, and like I say, I haven't even loaded it into something like a Photoshop or something to tweak the levels. So just kind of curious. Oops. I could even tweak it just a little bit. Tweak the black levels just a tiny bit. Make it a little bit more contrasty without clipping. Yeah. See? Oop. Yeah. See, I can make it even darker. Cool. Yeah. So just even a little bit darker. So I was, yeah, not drastically. Probably not necessarily worth it, but thanks and welcome back. Yeah, I mean it's I mean the Astro Barbecue scripts I had wanted to test out, but it's really I think Wiley site kind of had mentioned it, and so I was like, yeah, I need to test these out because I had seen the original scripts and I was like I had even downloaded them, but I hadn't actually used them, and you know it's also good because it helps get me through my backlog of things I haven't processed yet. But yeah, so that's a good result. So let's move on. Let us move on to the Crescent Nebula and see what that does. So I'm going to go run serial seed pre-processing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do things like that too, or sometimes I'll just do it in serial, but I was kind of wanting to see what the results were basically doing no sliders, nothing, you know, basically just full automation, and see what the results were. And it's, I mean, it's definitely good. But yeah, I'll probably process them a bit more at some point. I mean, I might still collect more data tonight on the Veil, and I'm collecting more on the Eagle. I'm collecting more on the Crescent. So this was just kind of like a checkpoint just to see where I stand on things. But yeah, I definitely need to do more. Let's see, what was it? What am I looking for? Okay, so I need to go to the right directory. Okay, there are a total of 724 frames for the Crescent already. And So that's making progress. It's taken a while. And then, okay, let's load. Nope, still stacking. Oh, how much memory is it going to use? Yeah, so it's 6 gig again, or about that level. Okay, so that is running. Well, I wouldn't say it's running. It's more like it's walking. It's kind of walking it. So once that finishes, again, back into GraXpert, and then to the Astro Barbecue script. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so there we go. That just finished. Let us look at what that looks like. Okay. And load it into GraXpert. Load image. Yeah, and I haven't even tweaked like the smoothing, so it looks kind of rough. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, but I'm going to just go with it. My point is not to dwell, but to just keep pressing on. Yeah, because I don't know about that, what it just did to that, but we will keep going. And denoise. And after that's done, save it out, load it into Siril, run the Astro Barbecue script, and oh yeah, and the other thing, I didn't remove the green noise from the veil, but again, this was just kind of a quick and dirty processing. What else? Yeah. What else? I'm trying to think if there was anything else I was going to talk about, but I can't remember at this point. All right. Yeah, so I think at this point, what other targets was I wanting to image? I wanted to probably do more of the veil. And what does that look like? The veil is when did I image that last night? Actually it was actually I started it right around this time last night. So that might be my next thing to start. And that is probably what I'm going to end the night with, is more veil. Okay, so this is, wait, where was I? I was on GraXpert. Okay, it's still denoising. I kind of lost my place. So the eagle is progressing, and the crescent is also progressing. Oh wow, I'm almost up to an hour with the crescent. So this one I'm definitely going to go to the Veil next. And who knows, maybe I'll end up, if the Eagle starts having too many stack failures, I might point both of them at the Veil. And then I get even more data. Okay, so let's look at this. So this was the original denoised. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so I'm going to bring this up on screen, but Wiley's site already asked it. If you do background extraction in GraXpert, would it be redundant to do it in Siril? Yeah, it's I skip background extraction in Siril. So let me go save this. Save it. Am I on the right? Yep. Just double checking, save, and go back to, oops, go back to Siril, open it up, open up the GraXpert file, look at it. Yep. Is that the right one? Okay. So let me go run the no PCC, or PCC no denoise. Okay. And after that runs, I will save it out and we can compare. But yeah, I think I'm going to end the night with both, at least one, if not both telescopes pointing at the Veil. All right. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. NGC 6888. PCC no denoise. Save it. Save it. PNG. Save it. Okay. So then let's look at this. So one of the ones out of telescope. Now I've done a few imaging sessions with this. The longest one I had was 243 frames. So not quite, like 45 minutes maybe. Oof. See, I see that, and then I look at what the result was out of telescope, and then I compare it to this one. I'm mixed on this one, to be honest. I mean it's a lot brighter, and it actually does look like an ear. But yeah, I'm kind of mixed on that one. But then again, I think the problem is I see it's not even from I've seen a few people image this, but they had a different kind of imaging setup, not just the size, but they were doing like H alpha, and so that's a totally different thing. But yeah, I mean it's so much more detailed. And actually what's interesting, I mean, I guess it does have a lot more data. This does have a lot more data, so I would expect to see more stars, but it is still pretty drastic. I mean, again, it goes back to the whole thing. You can't necessarily, you can't do multi-hour exposures unless the object just happens to be in the right part of the sky where it's not rotating, because otherwise it rotates and it starts having issues. So being able to combine multiple days, you can really kind of like bring out the background stars a lot. See, now I want to try it with like a globular cluster, but I don't have the data sitting around. I mean, all the files. There's too many of them. Like, how many do I have of M3 and M13? Let me see. Let me see how much I have of those two. I have one, let's see that, M3. I have M3, I have 678 frames of that, and M13, I have 1,500 frames of M13, and I've gotten more today. So, wow. I don't know if I need that much of M13 of a globular cluster. Yeah. I mean, do I need 4 hours of data from a globular cluster? I don't know. We'll see how it looks. But I don't have it on this device, and it would take too long, I think, to copy it all down. Or would it? Yeah, so let me switch back to the multi-view, the view with both Seestars going. Where is that? There it is. There we go. So the Eagle is coming along well. It's up to 26 minutes, but I think it's been having having some errors. So I do want to get as much of the Eagle as I can, but if it's starting to run into a building or something, it might. Let's see if it increases. It's 2620 right now, so we'll see if it goes up to 2630. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. Let's see, what am I going to do? Lights. Yeah, it did go up a little bit, so it's not completely erroring out yet. Let's see, okay. Copy. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Siril will find a way to integrate. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing somebody asking about that. And I think they were saying that they used some algorithm that GraXpert used, or there was something, but they seemed it seemed like they were negative about the idea, because like C++ versus Python or something, I don't know, maybe. So M9, M18, M21, M23, M39, M101, and now the elephant trunk. Wow, all tonight? Yeah. No, that's cool. M101. That's cool. I don't know how much I have of M101. How much of... Oops. How much of M101 do I have? Survey says... volume... I have all of my stuff on like a NAS, like a Synology box. They're great. They're very handy. M101. I have, yeah, 594 subframes of M101. So over an hour. I have 1100 of M51. I didn't realize I had that much of M51. So yeah, I have 3 hours. I think the one I have the most of is, I don't know if it's Orion. Yeah, I have 2,400 subframes of Orion. So like almost 7 hours of data from Orion Nebula. I'm not sure why I got that much of Orion. I think there was a reason for it. Yeah, so clusters only got 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, so yeah, because I'm always paranoid that I'm going to lose data. I've had SSDs fail. I had an SSD fail on a laptop. Like it was on a MacBook a number of years ago. That was terrible, but luckily I had a backup. But yeah, I'm always worried of losing data. So that's one of the reasons why I don't. Well, I should copy things off as soon as I take them, but a lot of times I'll take the photos, I'll copy it onto an SSD, but I still won't delete it off the telescope until I copy it onto my NAS, and then network attached storage, and then once I've copied it, I even then I won't delete it until I have it where it has a job where it synchronizes itself to the cloud. So until that's done, I won't actually even delete it off the Seestar sometimes. So it has to go like all the way through to the cloud, and then I'll delete it off the Seestar, and then eventually off the SSD, just because I'm paranoid. 215 frames. Yeah, M20. Which one is M20? My brain's, my recall is not ideal. M20. Oh yeah, of course, Trifid. The Trifid, the one that I can't get data of. Yeah, I have some stuff go to Google Drive, but this particular thing, or when I back up my the Synology actually goes to Amazon Glacier, because it's like it's super cheap, and so I'll copy it to their kind of not quite cold storage, but yeah. And so once that's all replicated, I do have some other stuff that copies to Google Drive. But yeah, let me see. I might have done something that I said I wasn't going to do, but I did it anyway. I pulled down all of the M13. I'm gonna see what happens with that. Let's see. Load this into. Okay. Gonna load. Change the directory. M13. Open. Run the script. See what it thinks about that. I mean, that's yeah, 1,500 frames. So we'll see what it does. I'm not gonna bother copying down the out of telescope view, but at least I'm copying all the NAS is backed up. Yeah, I think I used Backblaze at one point. Yeah, I forgot. I don't know why I stopped using it. But I'd used Amazon for other stuff, like Glacier for other things. I had some other backup utility that went to, was it Carbon Copy Cloner or something? No, it wasn't that one. No. Anyway, scratch that. There was some other tool I had that would back up to Amazon, to AWS Glacier. And so Yeah, so that's where I back mine up to. I actually had a problem recently with my Synology, and why it's important to have it copied. That was actually earlier this week. I had the NAS. I didn't notice until the next morning it was beeping, and I'm like, great. And so I'm like, why is it beeping? No, it wasn't Carbonite. I think it was ARQ, ARQ. I think is the backup thing. I just remembered it. So anyway, I actually have two Synologies. I have like this old one that I got, I don't know, 5 years ago. No, more than 5 years ago at this point. Anyway, it was beeping. I'm like, okay, maybe a drive failed. I expected that. So I go look at it, and it was worse than that. Like, a drive had failed, but then another drive had also, it had gone offline for some reason and then back online, and the volume, it said, was crashed. And I mean, the good thing is mostly that volume had been copied off to the newer Synology. But some of the data, and it also had like Time Machine backups, like the Mac system backups from my laptop. So it's like, that's not irreplaceable data. But I was like, okay, what's going on? And anyway, long story short, I got a new drive. I plugged it in. It's just that particular one only has 4 terabyte drives. So like I say, it's kind of an older one. And I put the drive in it, and it was interesting because it like the volume was no longer crashed, but it was still in a read-only state, and I could see all the data, and I was able to copy some things I wasn't sure about. I mean, I knew they were on Glacier, but I didn't want to like, pulling stuff out of Glacier is super slow, so I didn't want to have to deal with that. Anyway, so it was a journey, because like, I put the new drive in there. I copied data off because I didn't want to try to risk anything, because that one, like, there was a new drive and then there was another drive that said it was in some bad state, but yet the health checks on the drive were fine. But it said like the partition was corrupted, but yet it could read the data, like, because obviously one of the volumes was blank. It was able to see everything else. I mean, it was able to see everything. So anyway, I ended up, so I copied everything off. Then once that was done, or stuff that I wasn't sure about, then I brought the volume back, or I added the new drive back into the volume. It ran for like 10 hours or 15 hours and rebuilt the volume. I'm like, okay, it should be okay. And then it was like, nope, it's still in a bad state because of this one other drive that says its partition is corrupt. And I'm like, okay, but I can see the data, but it's still read only. So I'm like, fine, I'll put another drive in, another new drive. And I did, and waited for it to rebuild. And it said, okay, yeah, I rebuilt it. All the drives are healthy. Partition table's healthy. But the volume is still bad. Or like, you can read the data, it's read only. Anyway, long story short, I ended up having to like look around on forums, and I ended up forcing it read write, forcing a disk check on it because it wasn't doing it by default. Anyway, and then after a few rounds of that over a few day period, I ended up getting it to the point where it said, okay, the volume's actually healthy again. Anyway, it just shows the importance of making sure your NAS is backed up somewhere else. Okay, so this stacked. How much did it stack? It stacked almost 956 frames. So it rejected 600 of them. But that said, I have a script that's more relaxed. I'm not going to run it at this point. I'm just moving forward. Keep moving forward. Oh, yikes. Wow. That's some pretty bad artifacts. You know what? I'm going to press on. I'm going to load this into GraXpert, and I'm going to crop it in GraXpert. So I'm going to crop it, which I hadn't done before. That is pretty bad. That is a pretty bad. I need to I might end up having to hand stack that because clearly some of that data is just junk. Yeah, that's definitely not ideal, but yeah, oh well, we'll go with that. Apply crop, background extraction. Denoise. All right. And then, yeah, I mean, which is why I have it backed up to S3, but it was still kind of surprising. It was surprising to me that the drive failed, but I don't know what happened to the thing. I don't know if maybe when it failed, like what would cause that second drive to have kind of freaked out, but yet the smart tests were fine. So part of me is wondering, like, when the one drive failed, did it cause like some electrical issue, like when it like aired out, that kind of, or did it error in the middle of a write, and so then the other one ended up, and like, why did its partition table get corrupted? Like, that doesn't seem right. But yeah, that just, I guess the way, I mean, I was able to recover from it, but just the way, the failure mode, I didn't quite understand. Okay, so let's see. Original, yeah, much better. Denoised. Oh, the core is kind of blown up, but this is its own internal stretch. So moving forward, save it, and then go back to Siril and try that, and whoa, what in the world? That looks weird. I might have to reprocess. I mean, this is just an experiment of like running through it quickly, speed running it, if you will. Yeah, three copies, 2 different media with 1 offsite. Yeah, I mean, which is, I had kind of gotten the second second Synology, because I was going to eventually set up one to replicate to the other, and I was going to put one of them like at a family member's house, because it's like photos and media, it's nothing like particularly sensitive, most of it. And so I was going to do that, and then plus with cloud, I figured I'd be well covered. But yeah, I've been slowly working towards it. But the biggest thing, the biggest peace of mind is that I have it going to Glacier. And I have actually thought about setting it up to go to 2 different cloud providers. No, it wasn't. It like, it was overnight. It was overnight, like day 0 or whatever, whenever this happened. That, because I went, like, the logs had been preserved on the Synology, and I saw that like the one drive that went bad, like, went offline, but then another drive at a slightly different time, I mean, at a different time, like an hour or 2 hours either before or after, also went offline, but then went back online. And so I don't even understand like the sequence of events of how it ended up, in that state. Did I actually run this script? I did run the script. I'm speed running it so much I'm like not even paying attention. Actually, I like that. I like what it did there. So I'm going to save this as M13 PCC no denoise. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. I mean, the background's nice and dark. Yeah. Good night, Paulette. Paulette. Sorry, my mouth is having a hard time making sounds. Good night, and thanks for joining. I'm having problems right now. My brain. Yeah. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. Now, was that 3 hours worth of? I don't know, but I might end up reprocessing it, like doing what do you call it, like a manually process it, or maybe I'll play around with it a little bit. But yeah, cool. All right, so that worked out. Let's see where our images are, where things are looking. Okay. Oops. Let me get rid of this. All my GraXpert and Siril stuff, because I'm not going to do any more of that tonight. So we're up past an hour, almost an hour and 10 minutes on the crescent. That's great. We're up to 36 on the Eagle. So I think I'm going to change this over to the Veil. I'm just going to do it because it's getting late, and yeah, that's so we're right at almost an hour and 10 minutes. So I'm going to stop this, and I'm going to go to the Veil. And NGC, yeah, I'll just pick it right there, and we'll get that. All right. And like I was saying earlier, I'm probably going to end up switching the other one to the Veil, but it's still making progress on the Eagle, so I'm going to let it keep making progress. But I'm probably gonna wrap this soon. Just because it's late. But yeah. Oh, that was quick, which is always a good sign. So I'm just gonna start it going. And of course, it's still trying to calibrate the horizontal location, because this particular one never succeeded. So it's the first calibration point. And now it's high enough in the sky, it might actually succeed this time, which would be kind of funny if it finally succeeded on the last one. Second, third, will it succeed? Can it do it? You can do it. And oh, it actually succeeded. Yeah. I think I'm gonna, since this is kicking off, I'm probably going to just kind of let it run for a bit. But I'm actually kind of, yeah, I need to get something to drink. And so I'll probably just go ahead and wrap the stream then at this point. Maybe I'll wait until I actually get something visible from the veil, but then I'll stop it for the night. Let us see. Is it? Wow, it's taking a while to get back to the origin. Hopefully it will do that quickly. Auto centering. Okay, good. So it's an eager, the anticipation. Is it going to actually, and actually isn't the moon's like probably like set now or close? Yeah, the moon is 5 degrees. It's basically set. Or about to set. So that's good. So should get some good data on should get some good data. Oh yeah, I can already see, like, I don't know how well it shows up, but you can definitely see some of the veil. So that is going. And actually, I'm starting to see some rotation for the eagle. So I might just go ahead and stop the eagle right now. Like, I'm starting to see some artifacts in the corners. But I got an extra almost 40 minutes of data, so that's good. 40, is it going up? Because if it gets another stack failure, oh, yeah, it went up, but I'm going to stop it. Save more for another day. So I'm going to go to the veil. So I'll have 2 of them going at the veil. So even if I only run this for another half hour after the stream's over, I'll get an hour of data. So let's look that up. Plus my phone's running low on battery. Well, not low, but it's down to 33%, which isn't that bad. So let's get that going. And we'll having yeah. So good night. Yeah, I'm gonna bail. And thanks everybody for joining. And I'm gonna stay on it until you and the battery are near zero. Yeah, I'm probably gonna I'll probably keep my stuff going for at least, like, both of the Seestars are at like 50%, so they're good. So I guess however long I can handle it, but I'm probably gonna wrap the stream for the evening. But thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. It's definitely it's enjoyable. It's nice sharing our observing session together. But yeah, let me see what else do we got going on here. Yeah. So thanks for joining, and I'm just doing one last refresh of things. Yeah. So thanks for joining. Like and subscribe and all that jazz, which I'm sure. But and until next time, I'll probably do another. I might not do another live observing stream until next weekend if the weather cooperates. If not, I'll do a live stream or something. Who knows? It all depends on the weather. But until next time, thanks for watching. Bye.